complex the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I think Cxmt is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I think Cxmt is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I think Cxmt is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I think Cxmt is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I think Cxmt is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I think Cxmt is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I think Cxmt is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this
10,
president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch.
And we're back. We are live. Today is Friday, August 28th, 2026. It's Friday. Sad Friday. This is like one of the MTS bits we do is like Sad Friday. We're actually sad that it's Friday because it means we don't get to monitor live on the weekend. But there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of news, starting with Anthropic. This one's good discourse, which we'll get into later, about the Hugging Face incident from Ryan Greenblatt, who we had on a couple days ago to discuss. But we'll start with Anthropic. So a U.S. judge has blocked the Pentagon's blacklisting of Anthropic. So this is a pretty major deal. Like, if you were around back in like February when the Trump administration declared Anthropic a supply chain risk, which prevents the military from using it, and it prevents any military contractor from using it in any capacity related to its military contracts. And you know, military contractors include Amazon and Microsoft and Google. So for some amount of time, people worried that it would like kill the company if Amazon were forced to choose between its contracts with the government and its contracts with Anthropic. And of course, AWS, which is owned by Amazon, is Anthropic's main compute provider. So would have been a really big deal. Anthropic's lawsuit in California federal court alleges that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth overstepped his authority when he designated Anthropic a national security supply chain risk, a label the government can apply to companies that expose military systems to potential infiltration or sabotage by adversaries, which has basically only been designated to which companies have been declared a supply chain risk? Only a few companies, and they're all like kind of adversarial companies. Anthropic was the first major U.S. company to be formally designated a supply chain risk. A bunch of other companies include Huawei, ZTE, AO Kaspersky, which is like Russian cybersecurity. So of course, like Russian cybersecurity is a supply chain risk, and then China Telecom. Hegseth's unprecedented move, which blocked Anthropic from certain military contracts, followed Anthropic's refusal to allow the military to use Claude for U.S. surveillance or autonomous weapons. Anthropic executives said it could cost the company billions of dollars in lost business and reputational harm. U.S. District Judge Rita Lynn, appointee of Joe Biden, found that the Pentagon's decision was illegal and baseless. So a timeline of the events. A lot happened. Basically, TLDR, Anthropic was making deals with the government. Anthropic wanted the government to agree to two different red lines that their models would not be allowed to use for. One is domestic mass surveillance, and two is fully autonomous weapons. And so the military responded like, well, we don't want our contractors to be able to tell us what to do with products that they are like selling to us. Like, we need to have final say over what the military can and can't do. And so there was a big dispute over this. Eventually, Defense Secretary Hegseth, from his perspective, said basically like, if Anthropic is implying that they might revoke access for the government to their models if the red lines are exceeded, then like we can't make a deal with a company like this. So we have to withdraw and maybe declare them a supply chain risk. The supply chain risk part of the designation, however, was totally unprecedented. And I remember at the time, it was an incredible day on Twitter. There were so many different people posting about it. This is how Dean Ball, sacrificed some of his reputation with the administration, because he was loudly posting in favor of Anthropic at the time, to his credit. So the New York Times says, Trump administration's blacklisting of Anthropic was illegal, judge rules. Judge Rita Lynn wrote in her 59-page ruling, the government had unlawfully retaliated against Anthropic for constitutionally protected expressive activities. In a statement, Anthropic said, we welcome the court's ruling that the supply chain risk designation was unlawful. We remain focused on working productively with the government to harness AI for our national security so all Americans benefit from this technology. The Trump administration did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So there are two lawsuits filed against the Trump administration by Anthropic. The second one, filed in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, is still ongoing. The California ruling is the latest chapter in the fight between the Trump administration and Anthropic, which is headed toward what may be the biggest ever IPO. Yeah, so what happened? There's a $200 million contract to provide the Pentagon with AI technology on classified systems. Anthropic had two red lines: no domestic mass surveillance, no fully autonomous weapons. The Pentagon said a private company could not establish policy for the U.S. government. The two sides could not come to an agreement, and Hegseth declared Anthropic a supply chain risk, which had never been used ever in history against a major American business. Anthropic said the legal statutes for labeling it a supply chain risk were narrow and did not apply to American firms. Before her ruling, Judge Lynn had said the Pentagon's argument that Anthropic's public criticism of the government justified barring the AI company from federal work was really troubling. She also said she saw no evidence for the government's claims Anthropic could flip some kind of kill switch to potentially disable or alter its AI models. So the idea here was the government was arguing that they are worried about Anthropic being able to revoke access to models that are in production for military uses, which of course would, not be good for the military. In her final ruling on Thursday, Judge Lynn said the admin had backed away from many of its central claims and Anthropic could sabotage its own tech. She wrote that the government's decision to bar Anthropic had come down to a desire to make a public example out of Anthropic for its arrogance in criticizing the government. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of what it felt like at the time. And the Trump administration's ongoing talks with Anthropic over its new AI model Mythos showed that the company was not a national threat. In June, the Trump admin retaliated against Anthropic again by restricting access to Mythos and Fable. Remember this? We all didn't have Fable for like more than 2 weeks. It was like 17 or 18 days. Kind of crazy. All right, so now we can have a little more of an in-depth look at it from Fable. So what happened? illegal and baseless, supply chain risk. Yep. The backstory. All lawful use. Anthropic balked at the possibility of use for these two red lines. Right. Then there was the Truth Social. Remember this one? The United States of America will never allow a radical left woke company to dictate how our great military fights and wins wars. That decision belongs to your commander-in-chief and the tremendous leaders I appoint to run our military. The left-wing nut jobs at Anthropic have made a disastrous mistake trying to strong-arm the Department of War and force them to obey their terms of service instead of our Constitution. Their selfishness is putting American lives at risk, our troops in danger, and our national security in jeopardy. It would have been really funny if he said obey their Constitution instead of our Constitution, like talking about the Claude Constitution. Therefore, I'm directing every federal agency in the United States government to immediately cease all use of Anthropic's technology. We don't need it, we don't want it, and will not do business with them again. There will be a 6-month phase-out period for agents like the Department of War who are using Anthropic's products at various levels. I just noticed the 6-month phase-out period should have ended yesterday. So we're almost 6 months from this to the day. Anthropic better get their act together and be helpful during this phase-out period, or I will use the full power of the presidency to make them comply with major civil and criminal consequences to follow. We will decide the fate of our country, not some out-of-control, radical left AI company run by people who have no idea what the real world is all about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. President Donald J. Trump. It's funny, he has a whole 3-line sign-off here, 3 different things. So this was President Trump's post announcing the supply chain risk designation. It's unclear how much the president personally had to do with this decision, or if it was mostly Pete Hegseth, Emil Michael, and others within the Department of War. It is kind of funny. They keep calling Anthropic radical left, woke, left-wing nut job, out-of-control radical left. They're really not that. I think like a lot of people actually on both the left and the right very much misunderstand the ideology behind Anthropic. You know, they do have an ideology. They have a coherent set of beliefs, but it's not like radical woke leftism. Yep. So the complaint's core legal argument. Right. So the supply chain risk designation required defense contractors, including Amazon, Microsoft, and Palantir, which are major contractors in Anthropic, to certify they don't use Claude in their military work. The complaint's core legal argument tracked the statute text. Under 10 U.S. Code, Section 3252, the Secretary must determine in writing that an exclusion is necessary to protect national security by reducing supply chain risk, and that less intrusive measures are not reasonably available. And Anthropic argued that the order contains invective against Anthropic, but no explanation of why Claude constitutes a supply chain risk. So the alleged 5 counts and move the same day for a TRO. Temporary restraining order. So there are a huge amount of amicus briefs. An amicus brief, or an amicus, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, is like a document you can file with the court. Amicus means like, you know, amigo, like friend of the court, literally. Like friend of the show, friend of the court. You can file these documents with the court in order to urge the court to rule one way or another, basically like to weigh in. So a whole bunch of these, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the ACLU, the Cato Institute, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, FAI, for example, and like a whole bunch of crazy list of amicus briefs. The CCIA, SIA, ITI, Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, NVIDIA, OpenAI, Intel, TSMC, just tons of amicus briefs in favor of Anthropic and very few in favor of the Department of War, including organizations like FAI, which is, you know, kind of a conservative think tank that is aligned with the Trump administration on many things. They filed an amicus brief in favor of Anthropic. Oh, wow. The FAI, amici curiae, which are the friends of the court, literally friends of the court, like friends of the show, are FAI, 50 Years, Fathom, China Talk, Martin Shor-Zempa, Alexei Moss. Alexei Moss is now the basically chief economist of Google DeepMind. Pangram, which we all know Pangram, right? This is kind of before they were famous, before they blew up, but they were on this list. The Institute for Progress, Dean Ball, who at the time was not at OpenAI and now is the OpenAI head of strategic futures. Dwarkesh Patel, we all know him. Roots of Progress, Progress Studies Institute, and Saif Khan, who is the founding director of the Center for Technology and Statecraft, and previously was at IFP. So cracked list. Then there was a preliminary injunction. So on March 26th, Judge Lin granted the preliminary injunction, finding a high likelihood of success on these claims and that the government had failed to show Anthropic's conduct qualifies as a supply chain risk. Enjoined, which means prevented, the agencies from implementing or enforcing the order. So then the case went to cross motions for summary judgment, and now it has, it's been resolved. Anthropic can't do it. So the full timeline, November 2024, Anthropic partners with Palantir and AWS. June, Anthropic launches Claude Gov for national security customers. A DoD contract follows worth $200 million. This is during the Trump administration. Anthropic was definitely friends with the Biden administration. They hired a bunch of Biden admin officials. Throughout 2025, friction accumulates between the Trump administration and Anthropic. Some officials, they chastised their hiring of the Biden officials. David Sachs called Anthropic an AI doomer company. People called Claude woke AI. Sachs said Anthropic is running a sophisticated regulatory capture strategy based on fear-mongering. And Dario published a post rebutting inaccurate claims from the administration. So December, January, the Department of War launches GenAI.mil with Gemini and ChatGPT, and then later Grok, and not Claude. So this is the timeline. Yep. January 29th, the Pentagon and Anthropic clash over eliminating these safeguards, which terminates a $200 million contract. This is still a pretty big deal. Like, the completed revenue of Anthropic at that time was, I don't know, about $10 billion for the previous year, something like that. So 200 million is like a pretty sizable percentage. It's not negligible. It's like 2% of all of their revenue for the previous year. February 11th, the Pentagon pushes AI companies, including Anthropic, to make their tools available in classified settings without many standard restrictions. February 13th, Axios reports the DoD used Claude in the Maduro raid. The Maduro raid took place on January 3rd, so that was actually before this. So the Maduro raid happened. The Pentagon used, allegedly, Palantir Maven, which is a product built around Claude. So Claude was used in part for the Maduro raid. February 14 to 16, the Pentagon considers ending ties with Anthropic over its insistence on keeping limits on military use. Around this time, 1789 Capital, the venture firm where Donald Trump Jr. is a partner, abandoned a planned investment in Anthropic worth hundreds of millions. Oops, that one would have done pretty well. Ending ties with Anthropic. February 19th, Undersecretary Emil Michael, who really does not like Anthropic, urges it to cross the Rubicon and let the DoD dictate. February 23 and 24, Hegseth summons Amadei to the Pentagon. At the meeting, Hegseth delivers an ultimatum. Get on board or face drastic action, including a supply chain risk label or invocation of the Defense Production Act to force a rules change. So the Defense Production Act is this like very broad federal law that gives the president, it was passed in 1950 during the Korean War, and it gives the president emergency powers to do pretty substantial things with the domestic economy and private industry for the purpose of national defense. It's unclear what exactly they would have done to Anthropic under the Defense Production Act. They ended up not doing it. So Anthropic rejected the ultimatum. The Pentagon asked them to prepare for cutoff. The whole time they were dealing with Dario Amodei, who Dario is, very earnest guy, but he's earnest almost to a fault, and he's not very good at dealing with the Trump administration. And so, February 27th, immediately cease supply chain risk. Anthropic became the first American company publicly named a supply chain risk. And then the same day, OpenAI rushed out its own Pentagon deal with, actually, it says without the constraints Anthropic had sought, but the deal actually did contain some pretty similar language. March 3 to 5, a formal letter notifies Anthropic of the designation. March 9th, Anthropic sues. Amici pour in supporting Anthropic. FIRE, EFF, Cato, Chamber of Progress, Microsoft, industry trade associations, former service secretaries, retired senior military officers, former senior national security officials, Catholic moral theologians, AFGE, OpenAI and Google employees filing in their personal capacities, and of course the IFP FAI Dean Baldwar one that we mentioned. March 24, the PI hearing, which is a preliminary hearing, that ended up with them being granted a preliminary injunction, which barred enforcement of the directives. But then in April, the parallel DC case was going the other way. The DC Circuit denied Anthropic's emergency motion to stay the designation, writing that lifting it would force the U.S. military to prolong its dealings. So the DC court ruled that the contract cancellations proceed. June, in a Bloomberg interview, Amodei says Anthropic doesn't know whether Claude was used in connection with the Minab school strike in Iran, which Amnesty International said killed 156 people. July 30th, Judge Lin hears cross motions for summary judgment. And now today, August 27th, Lin issues a 59-page order Thursday night, finding the Pentagon acted illegally by punishing Anthropic for its criticism of the DoD's views. The ruling pauses the broader effort to bar the company, but doesn't require the Pentagon to use Anthropic, and the government has 1 week to appeal. An appeal is expected, and the separate FASCSA fight continues in the DC court. So what is this separate fight? What is this, and how is it? Okay, the formatting is whack. California case covers two different okay, it's just different designations, and then different parts of it have gone differently. Right. Well, that's what's going on with the Pentagon and Anthropic. There's some more policy drama, however. The Trump administration is working on a new AI rule to curb China's remote access to chips. Soon after President Donald Trump began his second term in office in 2025, the White House announced it would undo export controls the Biden admin had imposed on advanced AI chips to slow the technical progress of geopolitical rivals like China. In recent weeks, a small group within the Department of Commerce has been working on a slimmed-down replacement for the Biden-era provision known as the AI diffusion rule. The new rule will likely attempt to close a glaring loophole in existing export control policies, the ability of Chinese AI firms to access advanced chips remotely through data centers abroad in countries including Thailand and Singapore. So it's kind of unclear to me, actually, how important access to American chips is for Chinese AI progress. Maybe we can talk about this later with some AI people. We're having John from Asianometry in the studio, actually, later today. So, well, actually, we'll add this to a question, like, how important are U.S. AI chips to Chinese AI progress? especially if GLM 5.3 is served entirely on Chinese chips, which is what they claim. The Commerce Department's BIS is working on the new rule. The Trump administration is formulating the new policy at a moment when it is reckoning with accelerating competition from Chinese AI firms such as Moonshot and DeepSeek that it has accused of exploiting U.S. technologies to train their latest AI models. So this includes smuggling U.S. chips into China or otherwise unlawfully using them in contradiction to American export controls, literally smuggling the chips physically into China, or just connecting to remote data centers in Thailand, in Singapore, in Japan, in other countries. Or it could also mean distillation, which is where a Chinese lab buys a whole bunch of tokens from an American lab like Anthropic in order to help train their own models on the outputs of these American ones. If completed, the new rule would represent one of the admin's first efforts to create a unified policy governing chip exports and stemming the advancement of Chinese AI development. So this has been in the works for a long time. Many policy people I know are really gung-ho about export controls. They love export controls. Effectively scrapping the Biden-era AI diffusion rule did not completely end U.S. restrictions on AI chip sales to China. So I'm curious, actually. I'm going to ask Fable, explain the Biden-era AI diffusion rule and the evolution of U.S. AI-related export controls over time since then. Opponents to the rule said it could weaken America's dominance in semiconductors. It could weaken America's Weird. Oh, I see. A policy could reduce sales to overseas data centers from NVIDIA, which would cause American companies to lose business. For Chinese companies, it could make the computing power needed to train their most capable models harder to secure. Again, I'm just not sure how important this is nowadays. I know Samuel Hammond has some pretty strong opinions on this. Friend of the show, Samuel Hammond. The rule encountered widespread industry criticism, with opponents arguing that it was both too broad and too complex. NVIDIA published a blog post describing it as unprecedented and misguided. In May 2025, the Trump admin announced its intention to rescind the Biden diffusion rule and issue a replacement. The remote access rule loophole, however, remains unresolved. Public awareness of this issue increased in July. It's kind of interesting how slow government policy moves. Surely people at Commerce have been aware of this for a long time. And yet the loophole remains open. So I'm curious, I asked Fable to explain the Biden-era AI diffusion rule and the evolution of U.S. AI-related export controls over time since then. The modern era of AI export controls began under Biden in October 2022, when the administration imposed sweeping export controls that effectively ban NVIDIA's A100 and H100 chips for China. NVIDIA responded with downgraded parts. These were country-targeted controls aimed principally at China, leaving most of the world largely free to buy advanced AI chips. So, curious, how did the Biden admin know to do October 2022 export controls pre-ChatGPT? Were they AGI pilled to some extent? Or was it just normal tech competition concerns? Who in the admin pushed this rule forward? So the AI diffusion rule in January 2025, the administration published the Framework for Artificial Intelligence Diffusion. It aimed to create, days before leaving office, interestingly, a global framework for regulating transactions involving advanced AI model weights and high-performance computing chips. So the rule sorted every country on Earth. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Wow. So who were the AI diffusion rule countries? So yeah, it made a 3-tier system for countries. All right, so tier 1, yeah, Kanzuk, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the UK, and then like a bunch of European countries, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden, UK, and then a few semiconductor heavyweights, Taiwan, the Netherlands, Japan, South Korea. A bunch of companies in Europe were omitted. Greece, Portugal, Poland, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania were absent. So it is, yeah, it's unclear how exactly they made this rule. AI diffusion rule country tier map. I like looking at maps. Right. Show me the map. Show me the map. Show me the map. Show me the map. Tier 1. Yeah, AI chips are allowed. Controlled weights deployment is allowed with model storage security requirements. Yeah, for tier 2, AI chips are controlled with caps. And then for tier 3, the models are not allowed. So, yep. U.S. allies, including India, Israel, Singapore, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, were put in tier 2, as well as Greece, Poland, Austria, Czechia, Hungary, Ukraine, Mexico, Argentina. Many countries that we consider U.S. allies were put in tier 2. And then, of course, in tier 3 include enemy countries, but also a few kind of random ones: Zimbabwe, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan and South Sudan, but also the typical U.S. enemies of like Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, interestingly, Syria, even post-Assad, and then, of course, like Russia, China, North Korea. So it's what you'd expect. So it added a new control on the model weights of the most advanced closed-weight AI models. Yep, imposed worldwide license requirements on advanced computing chips, and so on and so on. Companies could become universal or national validated end users, letting them build large clusters in tier 2 countries under security conditions. So it was set to commence on May 15th. It drew strong criticism from industry allies and experts over its vague language, limited enforceability, and potential to hinder innovation and international collaboration. NVIDIA attacked it publicly. On May 13th, the eve of the compliance date, before it was scheduled to go into effect, the Trump administration announced it would rescind and replace the rule, asserting it would have stifled American innovation and undermined diplomatic relations by downgrading a bunch of countries to second-tier status. The rescission came in parallel with President Trump's Middle East trip, where the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Israel were excluded from tier 1. But the admin did not change the export controls on China. So, April 2025, the H-20 ban. The US restricted the formerly compliant H-20. July 2025, the AI Action Plan, exporting the American AI stack to allies and partners while tightening enforcement against China were part of this. August, the revenue share deal. NVIDIA and AMD agreed to pay the US government 15% of their China AI chip sales in exchange for export licenses. But then in September, the Chinese government told their own companies to stop buying NVIDIA GPUs. And so they did. They basically forced DeepSeek V4 to be trained on Huawei chips, which is kind of crazy. Like, they're really trying to push their own domestic supply chain. And then in December and January, Trump totally reversed course on this and approved H200 sales to China. So now we have this weird regime where the US government is allowing NVIDIA to sell their frontier chips to China, and the Chinese government is restricting their own companies from buying them, which is kind of the opposite of what was the case a few years ago. So where do things stand now? The diffusion rule's legal status is murkier than headlines suggest. Because the rule was never formally rescinded, the model weights control remains in the Code of Federal Regulations unenforced. Second, a replacement is in the works. And third, the controls have had dramatic market effects either way. NVIDIA's China AI chip share fell from 95% in 2023 to 8% in 2026, while Huawei climbed to roughly 50 to 60%. So they are now working on a framework to move back in the direction of the diffusion rule and export controls. So how did the Biden admin know to do these export controls pre-ChatGPT? Yep, Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology. There we go. So this is another kind of EA-aligned organization founded by Jason Metheny, who's a former IARPA director. IARPA is the Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Activity, which is an U.S. intelligence organization that does research for the U.S. intelligence community. So scholars at CSET include Ben Buchanan. Ben Buchanan was basically the AI czar under the Biden administration, and he's now writing a book, which should come out in a couple months. Tarun Chhabra, who is a lawyer, he is now the head of national security policy at Anthropic. Previously, he was deputy assistant to the president and coordinator for technology and national security at the U.S. National Security Council. And Saif Khan, who is at the Center for Technology and Statecraft. Previously, he was at IFP. Or is this a different? Is it? No, it's the same one. He worked in the Biden administration and at CSET. He also filed an amicus brief in favor of Anthropic, which we mentioned earlier. Another person affiliated with CSET is Helen Toner. Helen Toner is the executive director of CSET. You may remember Helen Toner as a former board member of OpenAI who led the firing of Sam Altman in 2023. And previously to CSET, she worked at Open Philanthropy. She lived in Beijing, actually, as a research affiliate of Oxford University's Center for the Governance of AI, studying the Chinese AI ecosystem. So there's so many connections in here. The core ideas were in place well before ChatGPT. Ben Buchanan's framework held that AI progress runs on data, algorithms, and compute, and that compute was the only one of the three that's physical, constrained, and controllable. GPT-3 and the scaling law literature had already convinced this crowd that frontier AI capability was becoming a function of massive compute, which meant chips were the strategic lever. So they were kind of AGI pilled. The choke point thesis. Saif Khan's CSAT work mapped the semiconductor supply chain and showed that a tiny number of firms, ASML, TSMC, and a few US design firms, constituted choke points that the US and its allies controlled entirely. And then NSCAI, the Schmidt-chaired commission's 2021 final report explicitly recommended keeping China 2 generations behind at the leading edge in controlling chip-making equipment. The National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, which operated under the first Trump administration and under the Biden administration. So members of this commission included Eric Schmidt, who is the former CEO of Google, also quite AGI pilled quite early. He co-authored a book on AGI with Henry Kissinger in like 2022. Jason Metheny, who we discussed, he was the director of CSET and is now the president and CEO of the RAND Corporation, also worked in the Biden administration. Andy Jassy, who is the CEO of AWS, and Safar Katz, who was the CEO of Oracle. So pretty cracked group of people. The report's recommendations include dramatically increasing government spending on AI R&D, which didn't really happen, expanding allocations of employment-based green cards and giving them to every AI PhD graduate, which didn't really happen, founding of a digital service academy and creation of a digital core. This kind of didn't really happen. So the 2021 report, it was a little bit early. So then all of these people in CSET, Buchanan, Chhabra, Khan, Metheny, McQuire, joined the Biden administration. This is going to be a really interesting story. I think they are going to be talking about it in Ben Buchanan's book. Jake Sullivan was also involved. Tarun Chhabra, Saif Khan. The Sullivan Doctrine. The public signal of the shift came in September 2022 at the Special Competitive Studies Project Summit. Sullivan announced that the U.S. must maintain as large of a lead as possible over China in advanced logic and memory chips. A departure from the US saying we need to stay a couple of generations ahead, but not crazy ahead. He also said tech export controls could serve as a new strategic asset that could impose costs on adversaries and even degrade their battlefield capabilities. A month later, the October 7th rules made the meaning concrete, radically broader than earlier export controls, targeting the entire supply chain of AI-relevant semiconductors by combining controls on items and uses, end users, and activities by US persons. So AGI pilled or normal tech competition? Honestly, both layered. The public and interagency justification was conventional national security. Basically, we don't want the Chinese military to have access to powerful chips. But the design of the rule didn't just target military end users, it drew performance threshold lines calibrated to the chips used for large AI training runs. So I'm kind of worried or interested actually in like, is Chinese AI progress meaningfully different because of this rule? Could they plausibly be ahead of the US by now if no 2022 export controls? Short answer, yes, the controls have made a real difference, but almost entirely on the compute side, much less on the model quality side. What the controls demonstrably did, the clearest effect is on the raw compute available inside China. In late 2025, US firms accounted for 96% of total global compute capacity. Yeah, so China's compute is really kind of choked. They did not stop China from producing frontier adjacent models. So doesn't this basically mean, the case that they'd be dramatically stronger is solid. They would have bought a bunch more chips. If they're this good at training models with this few chips, imagine how good they'd be at training models if they had a lot more chips. Ahead of the US is a stretch. The US lead rests on a stack of things the controls didn't create. The Frontier Labs algorithmic and research head start. No, I don't think that's such a big deal for China. Like, China was doing AI research for a long time. Seems like, in 2022, like, there was already, I think, like, ZAI had already come out, like, Moonshot had already come out. There were academic research labs all over China. The deepest talent pool, again, kind of cope. Probably China has a deeper talent pool than the US. China puts out like 10 times as many STEM PhDs every year as we do. Essentially unlimited capital. This part's true. The US does have deeper capital markets than China. The CUDA software ecosystem, also true, but I'm not sure how much this matters. And first mover data and product flywheels. Again, not sure how much this matters. So I think that, like, without these export controls from 2022, China could very plausibly be ahead on AI. So it's interesting to see. What else do we have? Andreessen Horowitz just raised $1.1 billion for their newest fund, the Machine Age Fund. So they just wrote this article with general partners Ben Horowitz, Martin Casado, Raghu Raghuram, David Yulovich, and David George. Ben and Martin have both come on MTS in the last few weeks. We've raised $1.1 billion for A16Z's newest fund, the Machine Age Fund. It's time to open the throttle and accelerate the physical build-out of AI, the strongest tool ever developed for solving problems and bestowing abundance. It is our social and national imperative. For anyone paying attention, this shouldn't be a surprise. We're seeing an upward inflection point in utility and variety of work that AI can do just over the past year. And as we evolve from chat to reasoning to coding and other forms of knowledge work, both the demand for work and the token intensity of the work increase by orders of magnitude. Machine intelligence is going vertical. So this is super true. There's this cope I keep hearing that basically, people need to do tasks. The Chinese AI models are going to do all of the tasks, and then it's going to destroy the margins of the American frontier labs. This is cope. as long as American frontier labs stay ahead and own the top of the market, which is dramatically more valuable than the rest of it because it actually produces economic value directly through white collar work. As long as that happens, the frontier labs are going to be fine. This fund will invest into all of the computer infrastructure on which AI runs, including chips, memory, networking, and storage, full systems for running AI from data centers to robotics to home AI appliances. The common thread among all of these layers of the AI stack is that they are all hitting the wall of today's supply chain capability and the limits of physics and CS. So there's an urgent need for innovation and investment and a once-in-a-generation opportunity to re-architect them as platforms all the way down to the electricity. So one thing that I found kind of genuinely surprising is that like every layer of the AI stack has done so incredibly well, like all the way from energy to compute to memory, semiconductor design, semiconductor manufacturing, frontier labs, application layer startups, like all of them have done really, really well. This seems to, at least for now, have answered my question from 3 years ago where I was wondering like where would the value accrue? And turns out the value for now is accrued everywhere. Reinventions like this happen in each epoch of compute, from the shift from mainframe to client server to the internet, cloud, and mobile. However, what is different this time is the magnitude and breadth of change needed to keep up with demand and the speed required to do so. Everything needs an upgrade now. Yep. Compute density per rack increased by 28x from H100 to Rubin. Networking has grown similarly. Rack power moved. Wow. Rack power will increase from 5 to 10 kilowatts to 1,000 kilowatts, 1 megawatt, over the next 3 years. Data center scale is moving to gigawatt scale campuses. Power is increasingly supplied not only from grid only to grid, plus behind the meter or captive sources. We need faster, more efficient systems, cheaper and higher bandwidth memory, faster and more scalable interconnects. Yeah, so we need all of this stuff. Hardware startups are a big deal. A16Z has been doing this for a long time. In 2016, we led the Series A in Skydio, invested in SpaceX. We wrote our first check to Anduril in 2019, and we're among the first venture investors in Waymo's 2020 raise. So they're going to be doing a lot more hardware. Guido Appenzeller, Raghu Raghuram, and Martin Casado have spent a lot of time in the data center space. Shangda Zhu and David George have led investments across the AI infrastack, and David Yulovich and Aaron Price Wright have led many hardware and manufacturing investments through American Dynamism. We're excited to make hardware an official motion for A16Z and announce the Machine Age Fund to support it. Our GTM talent and marketing machine that we've all built at A16Z is now ready to serve hardware founders, and the A16Z network has exceptional access to customers, suppliers, and everybody else that's relevant for new age of hardware reinvention. Ambitious founders who are reinventing AI hardware and founding the machine age, please reach out. We're ready for you. So, yeah, every layer of the AI stack is done incredibly well. We're going to need a lot more compute and a lot more physical infrastructure and hardware, including robotics, and A16Z is going to be spending a lot of money funding these things. They also made this really tough hype reel, which we can watch.
Philosopher's Stone. Imagine a form of alchemy that turns stone into thought. And so AI quite literally is that. It's thought at scale for everybody.
So now almost everything is about that. Look, America's got to rebuild its entire infrastructure like right now.
The whole supply chain is just feeling immense pressure.
The bottom line is a very unique moment in time. The entire compute ecosystem is being rebooted for AI. And these data centers were built for sets. And so you really have to be the United States is short power, we're short compute, we're short chips, and we're going to be short in all three.
We don't have enough anything to be in this future world. And somebody's got to fund it.
Incredibly tough. The A16Z new media video people who might be watching this right now are just so good. They're so good, man. This is just such an incredible hype reel. Wow. Impressive. So one last thing before we go. South Korea is working on an AI for all push that gives free access to AI for every citizen. So I remember we've had discussions in the past about whether AI progress would lead to, quote, AI communism, where AI gets treated as a public utility of sorts. South Korea is going to be the first major state to give its entire population free access to generative AI services. Interesting. With homegrown AI chatbots, with the goal of advancing the country's push for AI sovereignty. So they're not going to be American models. Interesting. The AI tools will be linked directly to government systems and allow South Koreans to book doctor's appointments, receive help with apartment hunting, or get tax advice. Small businesses will be able to tabulate their taxes and check their eligibility for government support programs, and parents will receive suggested educational content for their children. This is really cool. It starts beta testing in September. Full rollout will occur later this year. So the precise cost of the program wasn't immediately disclosed, but it can't be that much, right? Like, if we assume that, I don't know, what's the population of South Korea? 52 million people. And let's say, like, I don't know, 30 million people actually end up redeeming this. And let's say it costs them $10 a month without frontier lab margins, just spitballing, times 12 months in a year. So that would be like a few like single digit billions. South Korea is one of the world's most active and lucrative markets for AI chatbots, and a quarter of South Koreans pay for generative AI compared to 2% of Americans. Wow, that is a huge difference. More than 20 million South Koreans use free versions of AI, which is like 40% of the country's population. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung's administration has set aside roughly 10 trillion won, or $7.2 billion, for AI-related spending in 2026, tripling over the prior year. So, exciting from South Korea. Anyway, I think it's time to thank the sponsors. Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev. Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai. Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS. 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com. Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more. Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com. And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com. So shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Healthcare is one of the most expensive industries in the world, but patients still struggle to get enough time and attention from the system. And today, I'm joined by Julie Yu, who is a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz and the former co-founder of Kairos. She argues that AI could fundamentally change the industry by making healthcare dramatically cheaper and more abundant. So, Julie, welcome to MTS.
Thanks so much for having me.
I'm so excited to chat with you, and I'm so excited to get into this conversation because often in some of the conversations around AI, people don't totally understand how it affects them. And I think healthcare is one of the most obvious places where you actually get to see that possible. But before we jump into all of the details there, I would love to just start a little bit with your personal story. Why is healthcare one of the big problems you wanted to solve?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in the healthcare industry now for probably, 18 years at this point, and I was too early.
You're
back
too
then,
early. Wow.
I was actually a technologist by training. So out of school, was a software engineer in the broader tech ecosystem. Wrote code for the first 7 years of my career. Did a lot in the early era of e-commerce and fintech and manufacturing, et cetera. And then made a career change into healthcare. Right when the federal government was starting to talk about how do we digitize healthcare, because I'm sure if you talk to anyone about their experience in healthcare, one of the first things they'll say is, I'm being papered to death, I'm being fax machined to death. We still have a long way to go, but imagine 20 years ago when the majority of the industry was actually still working on paper, doctors' offices still had those paper folders in their cabinets, and nothing was digitized. And so the federal government decided to implement this massive program, which is kind of a miraculous program when you think about it. Basically what they said was, we will pay doctors tens of thousands of dollars to implement electronic health records. And that was the way by which our industry sort of came into the modern era, was for over the course of about 5 to 7 years, I would say, literally 100% of doctors in the US were heads down implementing these kind of system of record electronic health record platforms. And that's how we kind of came into digitization. So right around then was when I made a career change, thinking, okay, I've now seen what great looks like with respect to enterprise technology being applied to all these other industries, e-commerce, retail, manufacturing, et cetera. Now it's time for healthcare to have its shot 100%. In the light. And of course, again, I was 15, 20 years too early, but obviously so much of the evolution that's occurred in the last 10 years is really what I get excited about. And I initially started out in kind of the genomics era, which was one of the first areas where you saw just an explosion of data. We had the Human Genome Project. We now understood, the fundamental code of humanity. And there was a whole industry that exploded around kind of computational biology. How does genomics tie to ultimate disease and things of that sort? So did a couple of really cool companies in that area. And then ultimately around 2010 was when I started Kairos, which was my company, really with the thesis of some of what you described. So, we as consumers experience extreme access issues when we try to get in touch with the healthcare system. The average wait time for a primary care doctor's appointment is, weeks, if not months, in most major cities across the US still today. And when me and my co-founder started to talk to executives who were running these large, hospitals and physician groups in the industry, what we didn't realize was they were telling us, yes, people are waiting out the door, but if you actually look at the way that our physicians are being utilized, we're still way under 100%, which was shocking, right? We had this paradox of demand out the door, and yet when you looked at utilization rates of physicians' time, it was way under 100%. And so that was the thesis behind our company, Kairos, was how do you sort of solve this patient access paradox by creating a single system of inventory, of appointment inventory across the healthcare system, and the ability to route patients to the right doctor and the right appointment in such a way that you could actually effectively utilize that capacity much more efficiently. And so did that for an amazing 9 years as co-founder and CPO. Wow. But it was, again, in sort of the Stone Age of health tech. So, this gets to sort of my current job today. Back then was, imagine tech sort of pre-Stripe, pre all the sort of API layer of, how you build companies and stand up companies. That was effectively the situation in health tech back then. Very little venture capital also going into our space back then. And a lot of the conventional wisdom at the time was healthcare is just so hard, right? It's a highly regulated industry. Things are super slow. People are, understandably conservative because the stakes are very high to, if you get something wrong, if you get something wrong, the stakes are very high. And so there was a reticence to believe that the kind of speed of growth and scale of technology application that you would see in other industries could even happen in healthcare. And so it was not as popular of an industry for VCs to, really kind of put their heft behind. So back then I joked that there was like 5 guys who like invested in our space, and I raised from like all 5 of them. But it was pre-APIs. We literally, I liken the work that I did literally with my own 2 hands as taking like a chisel and a nail against this concrete wall of integrating into the infrastructure of healthcare. And so it took a lot of time, a lot of capital. It was really hard to recruit talent back then because it just was an unsexy industry, right? Like if you had a choice of going to Google versus trying to build these like 1970s systems, like why would you choose to come into our space? So we did it the hard way, but great outcome. We actually just sold the company last year. My
Congratulations!
Co-founder. Thank you.
That's so huge.
Yeah, and
the decade paid off.
Yeah, it was like a 15-year overnight success. But in that time, so many things occurred to really, mature the industry in so many ways that now I would argue like this is our moment in health tech. And I've now been an investor. After I stepped down from my company, I came to the dark side, and I now run the healthcare investing team at Andreessen. And what's occurred over the last 7 years, like literally since I've joined the firm, is really remarkable. So one, obviously we had COVID, which I think was a huge reason why people were forced to recognize the need to create a digital modality for engaging with the healthcare system. And it really, tore apart a lot of the previously held assumptions about how healthcare needs to work in terms of everything from, how are physicians credentialed, to practice medicine. Historically, it's been a very sort of local system where we sort of like deliberately constrain supply in healthcare, in weird ways. So you have to get licensed at the state level. And it was not the case that doctors typically would have a license, to practice medicine outside of their state. But with telehealth, all of a sudden you had this national scale demand for clinical services. And so, lots of states and, federal agencies had to kind of rethink from first principles, how do we relax some of these constraints to enable people to get access to care when you can no longer go in person. That was one. Another was, kind of the way that we pay for healthcare. Telehealth previously was in many cases was not paid for unless you had previously had an in-person visit with a doctor. So we had to relax a lot of those rules. So there was a lot of tailwinds in the industry during that period that sort of led to acceleration of the ability to build tech companies in this space. And then obviously AI. I mean, I think I've declared loudly that I believe healthcare is the industry that will benefit the most from AI for many reasons that I'm sure we'll talk about. But the level of accelerated growth and scale and adoption that we've now seen in the last, let's call it, 3 to 5 years post AI. I think is proving that point and, demonstrating that the moment is here for digital health to be a thing.
Definitely. No, it's so fascinating getting to hear your story because you understand how technology has affected the healthcare industry for over multiple decades. And you've gotten to see when you were way too early, as you say. I like how you mentioned your 15-year overnight success. That is
which most startups are. But.
Exactly. Most startups are. I'm going to quote that for my parents. I'm like, no, I'll be a 15-year overnight success. Just you wait. But as you alluded to, healthcare, it's been a long time coming. This was maybe prior when you were starting your startup, it wasn't as sexy of an industry. It was harder to get talent. It was harder to get capital. But it seems to me like that's no longer the case. Even if what you're seeing with Dario, where he's saying, okay, we're doubling down in health. We're going to cure cancer. I talk to startups all of the time, especially in AI. And one of the common themes that we're seeing is that they're going towards the hard problems, the ones that are really bureaucratic, the ones that are legacy that, like, if you solve it correctly, literally saves hundreds of thousands, millions, billions of lives. And so I'm so excited to see that. And I would love to just get your opinion. What shifted? What was the big change over the past few years that gave us this renaissance, this healthcare industry renaissance that we're in?
I think it was a confluence of factors. So, I mean, exactly to your point, it's always been the one industry that literally impacts everyone. Like every single life has some interaction with the healthcare system at some point. And typically it's a very negative experience, unfortunately. And so I think one thing is that just, consumers have gotten to a certain breaking point where especially as all of the experiences in the rest of our life, right? If you think about how Uber has changed transportation, how Airbnb has changed travel, how Instacart has changed the way we think about food, et cetera, our standard and our bar for what we expect from any service industry has gone way up while healthcare has kind of stayed stagnant. So I think that gap has really gotten to a breaking point where consumers are saying, I want to vote with my feet and my dollars to get better services wherever I can get them. So that's been one big change. I think, at the same time, the incumbent industry is under extreme siege, right? So if you think about large hospital systems, large insurance companies, employers, put the majority of the bill for, most insurance fees and premium dollars for a vast majority of Americans. And so, all of these organizations are sort of experiencing increased cost structure, right? So labor has gotten much more expensive, labor has gotten much more constrained. We did unfortunately have a big sort of, outflux of talent from the healthcare industry because of COVID, because it was such a stressful and arduous time that a lot of people said, I'm throwing the towel in and I'm going to go do something else with my medical training. So at the same time, the government has also really come down on the cost, right? And said, we have just unsustainable amounts of bloat right now. And, this is a little bit of a rat hole, but, one of the reasons that healthcare appears to be so esoteric is that we have this weird third-party payer system, right? Like the vast majority of your healthcare is not paid for by you, and so you don't necessarily feel the pain with every dollar that you're spending in the healthcare system, and therefore there tends to be a lot more bloat than if you would have with like a free market dynamic. And so, the government's coming down on that. Payers in general are coming down on that. So you have all this cost pressure on the incumbent system that has driven, traditional providers and payers to say our business model no longer works. Like the math doesn't math anymore, and we can't continue to sustain this kind of payment modality. And AI, I would say certainly AI in some ways was like the straw that broke the back where, historically, because healthcare is such an esoteric, sort of scarce training oriented industry where you literally have to go to school for, at least 7 years and train and to even become a specialist, service provider in our industry. So the bar to, being able to create technology that could replicate anything that's close to that level of expertise has been really difficult until we now have this, abundant intelligence, capability that we have with LLMs. And so I think that, those I would say are the major confluence of factors that have now resulted in a recognition by both the supply side and the demand side that things need to change. And I mean, the last thing I'll say is that one of the ways by which the system had reacted to this kind of cost bloat in the past was to say, okay, if you have, let's say, insurance covered by your employer, historically the employer covered the majority of the costs and you didn't really feel any of the financial pain. Now, what they started to say a few years ago was, okay, let's actually do some cost shifting. Let's actually give consumers a little bit of skin in the game and say, okay, we're gonna have deductibles. And so up to $1,000, your insurance is not gonna kick in. So anything under that, you're gonna have to pay for. And then that actually is what caused consumers to realize, okay, gosh, I have to pay how much for what kind of crappy services, and people really start to feel it directly. And now you have this proliferation of services to kind of fill that void, right? We have amazing companies that you can pay literally $10 per month out of pocket to get incredible services that, when compared to what you could get for that same amount of dollars with the traditional healthcare system, is just 1,000 times better. And so that's what really, I think, has caused the adoption wave that we've seen by just individuals.
Oh, interesting. So what I'm hearing is there's some systemic shifts around how healthcare is just paid for, and that's really been changing over the last few years. And then, of course, what exists now with technology and AI. And one of the things that you argued is that healthcare may benefit more from AI than arguably any other industry. And so I want to just unpack a little bit more about where exactly you can see AI's benefits when it comes to healthcare. One of the areas that we were just talking about yesterday is in discovery of diseases and drug discovery, but there's still a whole development pipeline that doesn't totally benefit the consumer until maybe it goes through a bunch of clinical trials. I know there's a lot of different angles. If we could just briefly touch upon the whole stack. Where is AI actually playing? How will I, as a person, as a consumer, as a customer, how will I feel this benefit?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk about it in a couple of different ways. One is the industry itself has been almost like antithetical to technology adoption historically. We literally have been like the lowest in terms of dollars spent on tech, relative to revenue, like the lowest of the lowest in terms of industries. And so, one thing that's changed now is kind of this like what I call a leapfrog dynamic, where when you think about every other industry, they spent the last couple of decades laying down like workflow SaaS rails, right, like software service companies, and they had this whole sort of like middleware layer on top of infrastructure that they spent tens of billions of dollars on, trained a whole generation of workers on, and then when AI came along, they said, oh my God, we have to rip and replace this whole previous paradigm of technology and replace it with agentic AI and retrain our whole generation of workers on that modality. Healthcare, for better or for worse, did not spend that amount of money, right? So we only had really like the ERP layer with EHRs and then labor. Like we were just throwing bodies at every problem. And so in some ways, we have less of a sunk cost bias as an industry to say, okay, this new technology paradigm has come along and we can just leap right to it. We don't have to worry about ripping out, 20 years and tens of billions of dollars worth of middleware software. We can actually just go directly to this agentic form of technology. And that's actually been a huge boon to many of the companies that sell into the space. So I wrote a blog post about a year ago that talked about the fact that historical eras of technology adoption in healthcare were always very unnatural. Like what I talked about earlier, you had to pay doctors to adopt technology. You had to have a pandemic to force people to use telehealth. This is currently the only, like the first real organic adoption wave that we've seen in health tech, where doctors are just using AI scribes because they freaking work and they're so good and they really change the nature of their job for the positive. And you're seeing a lot more of this almost like PLG-led motion where individual physicians and frontline workers actually have agency in being able to use these tools in a much different way. So that's one part that's happening more on kind of the enterprise side. On the consumer side, thank you, ChatGPT and Claude, like everybody is going to LLMs for health-related questions, right? And they're pretty damn good, right? And they've gotten a lot better since the early days when they first came out. Less hallucination, much more, sort of actionable advice and recommendations. And they're starting to like forward integrate into actual marketplaces where you can get advice from ChatGPT and then go book an appointment with a real doctor. And so I think that's just taught a whole generation of humans. There's number one, just a much more low friction way to get medical advice, even if the medical advice might not be regulated and licensed and fully validated in the way that you would get from doctors. The trade-off is I either have to wait 4 months to get a real doctor's appointment or go to an emergency room and pay $2,000, or I can just open up my phone. And so I think that trade-off, again, that delta makes it incredibly easy for people to just go to the lowest friction place. And so I think people, like consumers, are now educated that there's a better way. And now we have a whole wave of new companies, many of which we've invested in, that are taking a specialized approach to how we leverage AI to create consumer-grade experiences, where you're now seeing we have a company called Counsel Health in our portfolio, which is literally an AI native doctor practice that is a 24/7 asynchronous chat modality with real doctors. Like imagine chatting with your chatbot, but having an actual licensed MD in the chat who can fully prescribe, who can fully refer, who can fully diagnose. And so you kind of get the best of both worlds of, an AI native care with real doctors who can actually provide clinical utility. And so you're seeing the advent of these new capabilities that literally were not possible even just a few years ago.
Yeah, and one of the things that just wasn't possible a few years ago that I wanted to bring up, there was this hackathon by Anthropic AI and AWS Cloud, and it was called the Rare Disease Real Kid Hackathon, and they had $50,000 in prizes. And the way that they did it is they actually had a child, they uploaded the kid's genome and the clinical data, and they shared it with the community, of course, with parental consent. And people were able to actually understand, and generate insights. And I saw this, and I was amazed. This is so cool. You can actually, for specialists, it's really hard to find specialists, and especially for rare diseases. Those are, and children with rare diseases, there's so little resources actually going into this, the money doesn't actually make sense. And so seeing this, I was like, wow, this is amazing. This is one really clear example of how AI can actually play out, can actually save human lives.
Yeah.
Curious to hear what your opinion was of this whole hackathon if you saw it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think every day, one of the most exciting things is that like literally every day on my X feed, I will see 100 examples of something like that. And I think to me, there's sort of three parts. One is, how do you lower the barrier to access intelligence, which again, that barrier used to be a real, kind of impediment to people getting access to healthcare. Now that's really gone away. And then I think now the question moves towards what do you do about it, right? Once you actually understand a bit more about what your issue might be or what diagnosis you might have, you still need to, number one, get that verified. You might need actual testing or, kind of clinical grade testing to get it fully diagnosed. You might need to be either prescribed a therapeutic or a procedure or, get some sort of in-person care. And then there's like the longitudinal aspect of it as well. A lot of the way that people are using, which is great. I mean, medical AI today is highly transactional. Imagine if you can have a doctor for life that's powered by that kind of, modality. We know what that could mean for life. So I think the first bucket is being solved by, a lot of these generalist tools. I think it's really the second and the third bucket that therein is the opportunity for, health tech builders to really take a crack at that last mile of what do we do about it and how do we stay with you for life until it's resolved, until the next issue comes up, et cetera.
That's so cool. One thing I wanted to get your opinion on, since now you're on the investor side, coming from the builder side to now the investor side, you, one, have to make a bit of predictions about where things are going to go. And two, you get to see the opportunity landscape almost at a macro level. And so if someone is coming to you for maybe advice, or there's a founder who is asking, okay, Julie, where do I go? What are the big opportunities here? What are the big problems that still need solving? What advice would you share?
Yeah. How much time do we have? I mean, there's the opportunity. It's like the best time to be building in this space.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous of all my founders who get to be building right now. I think probably a couple that I would highlight that we've written about recently, so folks can kind of check out our theses on this. One is definitely the consumer angle. I joked a few months ago that if you had come to any investor, let's call it, 7 years ago, and pitched a consumer health business, you would have been kicked out of the room because there was no viable business model. It was not clear that consumers understood and had agency to, really take control of their health, et cetera. And the payment models were not there. So now that all of that's changed, and some of the fastest growing companies that we see in health tech are, cash pay. You just pay out of pocket for a service at a disruptively low price. I think that's actually the biggest lever that's changed is even if you could pay for things out of pocket historically, the price was prohibitive. And now because of the magic of AI, the cost structure to deliver an actual like medically credible service is like 100 times lower than it used to be. And so you're seeing a whole proliferation of an entirely new marketplace of products that were designed for the consumer, not like historically where you had to design for the insurance company and the doctor, and then consumers almost as an afterthought. Consumers are now at the top of that pile in a really exciting way. So we wrote a piece called "Consumers Are the New Payer," basically, to sort of recognize that trend. So that's one big area. Another post that I had just last week actually was one where we made the argument that the best companies right now are those that are AI native and AI proof. And it kind of gets to what I was saying earlier, where yes, you can have an amazing, medical, sort of general medical intelligence LLM that answers a bunch of questions that, historically you had to go wait for 6 months to see a specialist to get. But what about the rest of it, right? So how do you actually deliver in-person services to people who can't travel to the hospital? How do you actually do, how do you take a blood draw and actually diagnose like what you actually have? How do you, do all the things that today, at least in our country, are not are legal to do, lest you have some sort of regulated entity. So we have a lot of companies that on the outside, and this kind of mirrors a lot of what we saw in the first era of tech, more broadly, where you had kind of these challenger businesses that were full stack in nature. So like from the outside, they might just look like a retailer or just look like some kind of service provider. But on the inside, they were obviously highly AI native and therefore had a surface area that was not achievable, through historical means, and a cost structure that was disruptive, such that they can continue to invest in innovation because they had high margins. We're seeing a ton of companies that are embracing kind kind of the best of both worlds in that way. So I think AI native, AI proof combination is a lot of where the excitement is. Hardware companies, are included in that. So I think, robots are I think there's product market fit between, what robotics companies can do and what is necessary in really like high acuity healthcare settings. And then the final thing I'll say is like insurance, like the payment rails are one of the reasons that people look at healthcare and they say, oh, it's so screwed up. Like, it's so, like, why is it so screwed up? I'm like, it's actually designing exactly as planned. Like, if you actually study the innards of how incentives are aligned based on the payment system that exists in healthcare, it results in exactly what we experience today. And so there's a lot of really ambitious companies that are saying, what if we blew up that current healthcare payment modality and built a new one from scratch? And that is amongst probably the most ambitious things that you could do, is kind of build almost like a mini healthcare system in one company. But there's companies like Devoted Health and others who are doing this, and I think now it's possible because, again, the cost to entering into building a company in our space has gone down because all this infrastructure now exists. You can do so much more with AI. And the appetite from the system, both in terms of consumer customers as well as the traditional ecosystem, is there in a way that's never been before.
Oh, that is so exciting and exciting to hear. My last question for you, what prediction do you have that will be true in a decade from now? I would love to one day, tell my kids or my future kids, back in my day, healthcare was X, and now, what do you think?
I mean, I think, so getting to your example about the sort of, roll your own genome analysis thing, like I do think there will be a lot of roll your own healthcare,
so
where
cool.
You will have N of one solutions that are only like super personalized to you, but still get the kind of benefit of the broader set of intelligence that everybody's contributing back to. I mean, one of the interesting things about healthcare is that in order to train a model in healthcare, I would argue that we actually don't even have the data sets necessary to truly train like a medical grade AI, because we rely heavily today on electronic health record data, which is really sporadic, right? Like how many times do you actually go to see a traditional doctor in your life? It's like maybe at best once a year. So there's a whole narrative arc of your experience as a patient that is absent from pretty much every data set that exists today. So I think a lot of companies will start doing these kind of N of one experiments that generate the new data rails that then drive the next generation of models that are built in our space. So I think N of one health is a big idea, and I think all of us will genuinely have an AI doctor in our pocket for life.
We'll all have a personalized specialist that knows us better than anything in the world. That is so exciting to see, and this is one of the reasons I am such a big tech optimist and so excited for the future and how technology is impacting the future. And you touched upon directly some very concrete reasons. But Julie, really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS.
Absolutely.
This is such a great conversation.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for joining, and we'll be back with MTS.
We're back. We're live with Ben Southwood, who is a founder and editor at Stripe's Works in Progress, one of the very best magazines in progress studies, which I'm a huge fan of. Ben, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So I'll start by asking you a question that has been asked to Tyler Cowen before, has been asked to other people in the progress studies space. I think some would say it's even more important now. Why bother with all this progress studies stuff if AGI is just going to like do everything? Like, you know, why write about like YIMBYism when like in 5 years we're just going to have like the super intelligence that's going to be able to, you know, build housing with automated factories and tile the whole California coast with it?
Well, it might solve all those problems. I think that actually is a possibility. But here's why I'm not completely convinced that we should put all our eggs in one basket, or at least that we shouldn't spend a little bit of time thinking about the other problems and the bottleneck problems that affect the solution you're talking about, the hard constraints on compute, etc. But I've got two examples. So example one is nuclear power. According to me, the best technology we ever invented before AI, in 1952, we invented a completely clean, massively scalable, effectively unlimited electricity source. When it was being built, but before about 1971, 1972, it was also the cheapest and one of the faster ways of spinning up large-scale electricity. And then we basically gave up on it completely since then. And now it's really expensive and slow, and we have this amazing technology and we don't really use it. So one example I would say is that things can always go wrong, right? And it may be that in a year's time, basically all political leaders are running on an anti-AI platform, or at least anti some of the prerequisites for AI. And so we get held back in various different ways.
Right.
I would give one more example, because this is I've thought about this a lot. We're wondering, like, is my whole life worth doing anymore? Should I pivot to being interested in something else? And I concluded no, but then maybe that's self-serving. But the other example is the Ottomans didn't. There's a lot of historical debate on whether the Ottoman Empire literally banned the printing press, and in fact, it turns out maybe there were a small number of Jewish and Greek language publications in Istanbul in the 1600s and 1700s. So it wasn't literally banned, but de facto the Ottoman Empire banned the printing press. And there were hundreds of years where the Ottoman Empire didn't print anything. And we could be in worlds like that. Like, that doesn't seem completely crazy to me, that kind of society beats technology thing could just happen. So it seems to me that there will always be loads of social bottlenecks. I mean, I could come up with a third reason, which is that maybe at various times, like, think about all the money that's being put into a gas turbine, or a piece of high bandwidth memory, or whatever, like something that's now very expensive that was a lot cheaper 5 years ago. They're all expensive to at least some extent. Like, one of the key bottlenecks on all of those things is the physical limits and of building infrastructure, right? And that infrastructure is almost always constrained at some point by some social decision we make, whether through a law, through how property rights are done, through an institution, through a government decision, through planning policy, whatever. And I doubt we're going to get out of a world where that stuff matters. So it might just be that the most efficient bottleneck to lift actually is changing laws. So that's my case.
Yeah. So something that I'm wondering is, like, in theory, building power, like building out infrastructure and power, should be this very bipartisan thing, right? Because it creates jobs, it creates abundance, but it seems like we're still very, like, limited in our, like, rate of power build out. And I'm wondering what you think are some of the social bottlenecks here.
It's an interesting question. So I've come at this from, as you may imagine from what I just said about nuclear power, from the question of why is it that we stop being able to build nuclear power quickly and cheaply? And I think that's a reasonable microcosm for all other sources, not just of power, right, but also of grid infrastructure, of having the right institutions to allow people to plug in to the grid places where there aren't congested bottlenecks, right? So like, there oftentimes the problem is not just that we don't have enough power, enough electricity in total. If you ask PJM, they did a study recently, the biggest grid in the US, they did a study that you could add something like 100 gigawatts of loads to the grid, maybe it was 72 gigawatts of loads to the grids, if those loads were willing to turn off total 22 hours over the year, right? And that grid has no way of, no easy way of a load saying, I want to be a non-firm load, 22 non-consecutive hours. Often I don't even have to turn off completely. I just have to turn down to like 80%. And so it may be that if such a non-firm addition were possible, you could have people who were 10% covered by batteries or 100%, they could cover themselves for 4 hours on batteries or 2 hours on batteries. And you can actually be grid attached rather than behind the meter. But that's just like a specific point on the general point of, the bottleneck is quite complicated. It's not just a question of how much power there is, and there are loads of different sources of power and they'll interact in different ways. What do I think is going on? I think that all of the institutions we have are broadly built for a different world than the one we live in. And that different world is one where basically people kind of knuckle under to any big change that the government says is going to happen. And if you were in 1950, the government would basically make a decision like, oh, we're going to bulldoze your house and put a road there, or put like a, what we would call a pylon, and I think Americans call power lines. Like, we're going to put a bunch of stuff through a house, we're going to demolish it, we're going to compensate you very little. There's very little you can do. Now that's not the case, and yet we haven't built up institutions that can make stuff happen quickly, despite the fact that the government actually, in practice, can't just overrule everyone, or like the government on behalf of private companies or whoever it is. So that's my broad answer. The broad answer is that we don't have the right institutions. There are ways of getting people on board, and when we see them kind of used, I think they basically work, but they're not being used as much as they could be.
Yeah. I guess, what do you foresee could be the certain like metrics or indices that could like stagnate over time if we don't like basically the way that AI policy or AI progress is moving? What do you think we could like unexpectedly see to stagnate? Like, ideally we get huge progress in like life expectancy, right? But how do you see this realistically all playing out?
Very interesting question. The way I think about all these things, or an analogy that I think is useful, is if you think about Heathrow Airport, right? So Heathrow Airport since 2003 has not been able to increase the number of flights that happen at Heathrow Airport due to a range of constraints, like it's not allowed to land and take flights off at night, or it has voluntarily agreed not to do that in exchange for not being cracked down on in other ways, and it's not been allowed to build the runways that it had in its original plan when it was built in the 1940s. And what it's done to try and get around this is like run bigger planes, made every other feature of the process much more efficient. So security, you have a lot of places in Heathrow where you go through the final checks before the passage has even been put up to the plane, right? So that you can go straight onto the plane when it's ready, so that everyone meets their landing slot, because there's such a small number of slots. You can do all of these things, but if you economize on one thing really hard, then you always end up with like if you could just lift that constraint. If Heathrow is still the 7th busiest airport in the world, the airport in 6 has 10 runways, the airport in 8th has 7 runways, Heathrow's got 2, and at that point, clearly, like, the best thing you can do is expand the runways. So what am I saying here in relevant to AI? Well, I'm not really an AI expert, and I wouldn't ever claim to be, but the kinds of thing I can imagine is that, imagine a world where it was really hard to make money off the most brand new models, because you had to go through a really long process on whether you can sell them, and you might not be able to sell them to every company for a long time. And by the time you're bringing them out, you've got this latency that means you don't actually have much edge on everyone else. I can imagine a world where that happens, and that would definitely stop the ability of the companies bringing out those models to monetize if this happened. Stop maybe is too strong a word, but which would limit their ability to raise money for capex, which would slow down the speed of the overall thing. Now, I don't know if that exact scenario is at all realistic. As I say, not an AI expert at all, but that's the kind of way I can imagine it working, where there's a physical constraint, and we can see how in the physical world right now, you can't get around that constraint. It's not like I can go to 5.6 and tell it to build me a nanobot data center in space. Like, that might happen in 20 years or 10 years. I don't know what people think these days, but it's definitely not happening right now. And if there is a hard constraint on the physical substrate of data center expansion, and other things that you need, then I can see that having profound effects on the overall speed of progress.
So how much worse is the situation around supporting public support for data centers and actual data center construction in the UK and Europe compared to the US? Is it even worse actually?
I'm not sure that the public debate is actually that much different. In fact, if anything, I lean towards the idea that because the US is doing so much better on actually building out data centers, the debate has advanced a lot further. The general feeling I have is that it probably doesn't even matter that much if the US public as a whole becomes really anti-data centers, and if loads of states put moratoriums on data centers and so on, as long as a decent fraction of the country is still open to building them, because at the moment, they're just not that big relative to the size of a county. So a really, really proactive US county can facilitate the construction of a significant proportion of what the US needs for decades, right? And so it's like the inverse of what the IRA used to say, which is that we only need to get lucky once. The pro data center people only need to get lucky like N times. They need about 10 counties or 50 counties to approve them. And there are thousands of counties in the US. So I'm not that concerned. I feel like it just doesn't matter that much. It's totally different from nuclear power, at least so far, in that nuclear power is considered to have the potential to have much broader effects than one county, right? Like the things people object from data centers are mostly, well, that is an interesting debate. I wonder what you guys think. But at least a significant portion of what people care about from data centers is, here is a nice field. I liked walking through that field. And now it's become something that's extremely ugly and also stops me from going through that field. And maybe also it makes some noise if I'm a bit local. I doubt that's that big of an issue. But I suspect those are the main factors. But I don't know what you think. Well, whereas nuclear power has obviously in principle, much broader impact.
Yeah, Gallup did a survey about this a few months ago where they asked Americans, do you support data centers in your local area? And 71% of them said no. And then they asked those 71%, why not? And I have the numbers pulled up. A lot of people are saying, oh, it's about AI concerns. Only 13% of people mentioned specific AI concerns like ethics, cybercrime, impacts on society, the tech industry is a bubble, whatever. Only 14% mentioned negative views on AI. Only 14% mentioned economic effects, but 50% mentioned resources, water, power consumption, environmental impact, loss of farmland or nature. And then 22% mentioned quality of life concerns like community impacts. There's too much land required. It'll mess with traffic and construction. Then 20% said costs, like higher energy costs.
Yeah, well, so that's interesting. I'm very, very, very skeptical of issues polling telling us that much useful, because I think that when you people oppose stuff because they don't want it to happen, and they often have a reason that they're not willing to say, or even they don't even know what their actual reason is. People don't have extremely reasoned, thought through views on this stuff. People aren't reading the literatures on all these different things, or even trying, and they will cite reasons, right? Because people view that in order to have you asked what are your reasons for things, but I don't put much stock in what people state as their reasons, or at least I don't think it's the final answer, because if you look at many of those things in that list, if they were their actual reasons, right, then they would be doing lots of different other things, right? Like if they cared about water, then they would be boycotting almond production or whatever. And people, if I say that, people will respond like, oh no, they're just really dumb, they've not heard about all this stuff. But I'm very skeptical of that, right? Because there's a really strong information equilibrium for things people want to hear. This is why you get fake news that says exactly what you believe your prejudices are about the world. When you care about something enough, people will find a way to tell you that what you believe is true. And I just suspect they don't care about any of that stuff that much, and they have specific concerns. The two which I find most plausible. One is reduced amenity from the land, right? So whether that's they're worried about the noise in construction, they're worried about trucks going past. They used to use it to run around on, but they can't anymore, or it looks ugly and they see it all the time. And the other is a fear that it will affect power costs, which, in principle, it's pretty reasonable for someone to have a standard supply and demand story. I think in practice, the consumer probably doesn't realize that the cost of the grid is now so high that often adding a heavy intensive load that doesn't add much grid cost reduces bills for everyone else because you spread all of the cost of the grid over a much larger number of units. But anyway, my view is like people probably have really, if you think about nuclear power, right, as an analogy here, why did everyone, to at least some extent, turn against it during the 1970s? Most of the turn against it happened before there were any nuclear disasters. By 1979, when the first big nuclear disaster, 3 Mile Island, happened, nearly all nuclear, so the last orders had stopped being made. Nothing ordered after 1973 would be completed. And the ones ordered in 1973 and 1972 often took like 15 years, cost billions and billions. There was like insane overrun of everything. By that point, the battle had already been lost before anything happened. But did anyone understand like the effects of radiation or anything like that? I mean, even the experts didn't really understand it fully. And I think then you have to like, it's really interesting to wonder what kind of instinct is going on here that drives a belief over something where you have very little information. Anyway, sorry, that's a bit of a rant, but I think that's an interesting parallel.
Well, on nuclear power, public opinion seems to have rapidly shifted in favor of nuclear power in the last 5 years-ish. Now it is like bipartisan supported in the US at least. Like, how did that happen? And what can we learn from that for data centers?
So I'm not 100% certain, but I suspect the reason why we have bipartisan support, and by the way, it's true in many countries now, certainly true in the UK, the reason why we have broader, at least people in polls willing to say that they like it compared to the past, is just that more leaders say it. So I think a lot of opinions people have are basically driven by elite cues, especially where stuff is complicated and it would be impossible for someone to investigate. Like, it's really complicated. If you look at the studies of, I don't know, pick something, the Taiwanese rebar experiments of the 1980s, which I talked about last time I was on MTS, it's extreme. Like, there are dozens of papers, thousands of different measurements, and you have to interpret all this sort of stuff. And even the experts, I mean, I think that there is actually an answer you can get to, but it takes a lot of work, and even the experts still disagree. And so it's really hard to come up with an answer there as a normal person. I suspect most people, therefore, look to people that they think have some credibility, right? And therefore, I think probably the main thing going on is that many leaders have changed their mind, and there are a lot of important people who say nuclear power is good, just as I think there are a lot of important people who were saying the opposite in the 1970s.
Well, I guess kind of narrative violation. I actually just looked up like how has approval of nuclear power changed over time, nuclear energy, and it has only been net negative for like 3 years pulled. It was basically in the 80s, it was like 50-50, and now it's more like 75-25. And also the share of people that strongly favor has basically been the same. It's gone up from 26% to 30% over the last like 40 years. Although the people who are strongly against have gone down from 21% to 5%. But I guess people have just gotten less strongly opposed to it and more vaguely in favor of it rather than more strongly in favor of it.
That sounds right.
I mean, I would be very surprised if any of this support proved to be robust to things people actually care about in their real life, right? So if the people who say that they are in favor of nuclear power, I can imagine lots of them coming up with reasons that they would not be in favor of nuclear power if that nuclear power plant were to be built near them. And this comes back to, I think incentives are just really important here, and institutions that generate incentives. And I suspect that the same thing is true about data centers. So obviously there was the US county with the most data centers is also the US county with the highest income, Loudoun County in Maryland, I guess, or is it Virginia? Virginia. And I was just there like three months ago, strangely enough. And yeah, I mean, you can see a lot of them driving along the road. I was in Middleburg. But I think that's like a really clean cut case of a place where the incentives have driven their opinions. and I suspect people have got opinions that suit them because like they get low property taxes, whatever. We've heard the stories of the taxes that the data centers are paying, but there are interesting parallels for nuclear power as well. Again, I think there are some similarities in the technologies, because in the 1980s, France built out the world's biggest build out of nuclear power, and local areas basically kept an enormous fraction of the business taxes generated by all these state-run nuclear power plants. And local areas would do stuff like cut property taxes to zero for 40 years, or give everyone free cable TV, and local landowners would be so happy that they would put pictures of the nuclear power plants on their wine bottle labels. And so anyway, I think we're seeing the same kind of dynamic in the US.
With data centers specifically, I also feel that like the risks or the concerns are very easy to conceptualize and see and understand, like the risks to electricity prices, and then the risks to the environment. Like in a similar way to say fracking, with fracking, the environmental concerns are very easy to like visualize in your head, and the payoffs, like the actual like benefits of data centers, are very amorphous or promised. Like they don't exist in reality yet. Obviously the models are good, but a lot of them are these like future facing promises that are like not guaranteed. And so I think that people feel that, and they just kind of focus on like what they can see, and what they can see happens to be this like perfect storm of risks and negative things happening near them.
I'm sure that's relevant, but I suspect that direct cash benefits make a big difference to which ideas you find compelling, and which ideas you end up picking. And I suspect that the amorphous future promises could be appealing to the right kind of person if that person felt themselves to have an important stake in these things. Just as like employees in these companies who see themselves as having a stake will think like, oh yeah, data centers great, they can do amazing things, etc. But we'll see. I think the great thing about the US is that, and this is absolutely not true in the UK. In the UK, you will have the central government can basically stop any data center being built anywhere, and will do that, and has done that in recent times. Whereas in the US, you basically just, we've seen state governments intervening, but ultimately county governments and city governments are going to make a lot of the decisions here, and unincorporated land and so on. And that means that there are so many ways for things to go. And I feel like you just don't need that much social agreement on this. You only need a small number of places, unless people, unless if it does start having really significant effects on people's electricity bills, or is perceived, or like there's a widespread belief that that's the case, even if it's false, then that's the kind of thing that might motivate grid-wide action against them, right? And the people paying those, or to slightly pivot from saying that, I thought Donald Trump had a surprisingly good line on this on Twitter the other day in his video, where he said, "We're going to make sure that they're not bothering people. They're on land which is currently not being used, and they're going to all have behind the meter power so that they don't make consumers pay extra, and they're going to contribute property taxes." I thought that's the right kind of line, and it doesn't need to work in every place. Like there's no need to win the argument here. Winning the argument is a nice bonus, but the actual thing that matters is building the data centers, and you can do that without winning the argument.
Yep. Well, this has all been really interesting. Hopefully we can fix this public perception issue like we did with nuclear power. Thanks so much, Ben, for coming on.
Thanks so much, Ben.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Cheers. And we'll be right back. Herbie, welcome back to MTS.
Thank you.
In person
Great to be
this time.
back.
I love this vibrant blue. It's kind of like an MTS
This
color.
is, I think, my second favorite color ever.
Yeah.
Like this specific shade.
But it's like there's a shade called Yves Klein blue, right?
Yves
It's like
Klein
this.
blue.
Yves Klein blue.
It's actually like a copyrighted or patented or whatever it is shade of blue.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think this is like, I think it's like a cyan-ish, like kind
Yeah.
of over here, and then this. So very good color pick.
Very good. Well, you just wrote a new Substack article, Cozy and Economics of Agent Swarms, which was posted so recently I didn't have time to read it. So can you explain what this is about for me and for the audience?
Yes. So just some thoughts on where continual learning and where agent swarms are going based on things like what we saw in the Hugging Face incident, the fact that we're sort of seeing this strong progress in explicit forms of continual learning. People have hypothesized for a long time that continual learning is kind of necessary to get agents to learn dynamically over time. But so far, it's kind of not in-weight learning, right? It's just like the giant database of markdown files in RAG, basically.
Yeah.
And there's a key question of like, will we get to the drop-in knowledge worker with the giant database of markdown files in RAG? And like, curious to hear what you guys think, but I'm kind of slightly skeptical of this. I think you can go pretty far. But there are definitely a lot of interesting implications of that, like the huge swarm, the organization level swarm with these markdown files for market power.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to do it. I like the Dwarkesh example where he's like, if you're trying to learn how to play saxophone, you have like one student go into the music studio, like try for the very first time to play saxophone, and then write some notes about how they tried to do it, and then they leave, and then you send in an entirely new student, and they read the notes, and they try to learn how to play saxophone. And of course, like you can't learn how to play saxophone by just like reading someone else's notes. You have to actually do the thing.
Yes. It's like experiential.
Yeah, and even I've experienced this with all kinds of agent products where it's like I've used many agent products over the years. The best one I've tried so far is Grokbot. Shout out SpaceX AI Cursor team. It's really good, but it's not like fully a drop-in remote worker. Like we still like hire people at MTS. It's not like actually it's not real AGI until like we feel like we don't need to hire anyone to do things because we can just do everything with Grokbot. And yeah, so I'm skeptical that Markdown will take us there.
I do think like the sort of like V1 drop-in remote worker product will probably be solved using what you described before we get like in-weights learning. That's just kind of my prediction.
Yep.
But then it'll be like very, very quickly followed up and superseded by something that can actually do in-weights learning.
Yeah. So I think my update from the OpenAI incident was that like we're seeing this kind of larger level of swarm coordination sooner than I might have expected. This implies to me that like we might just get explicit explicit markdown file-based continual learning for a bit longer than I thought. And this is actually also incentivized from a market point of view, right? Like enterprises want to buy multiple providers. They don't want to have too much vendor lock-in. You might see like multiple provider agent swarms.
Right.
And then they can only really kind of communicate with each other via explicit methods, effectively. And so I think that paradigm, like organization level swarms with even just like giant databases can take us very far. But then we will start to see the advent of in-weight learning at some point once people start to solve these open RL problems.
How much harder do you think it is to fully automate a firm, which is talked about in
a little
Age of M?
book we got over
little
there.
book we got over there. Jesus, actually hard to. Okay, there we go. Age of M, little book we got over there. How much harder is it to fully automate a firm than to fully automate a worker? Because like I could imagine if you fully automate a worker, you have your drop-in remote worker. It already seems to do quite well at coordinating with others. And so do you just get kind of a fully automated firm that pops out of this by default?
Yeah, so I think, as per Alex Immas and the people who have written a lot about like relational labor and like the sort of bottlenecks on human parts of the economy, I do tend to think that a lot of what's managing a firm and running it at a high level is going to be quite hard to automate because it just comprises a bunch of different like little relational tasks or like, negotiating with investors or customers or things like this, which seems somewhat hard to automate. But I think you can go, therefore I should expect that automating some types of workers is easier. Nonetheless, obviously the types of tasks that people do as workers changes a lot over time, right? We're already seeing software engineers change a huge amount in the last year or two. And so it's probably hard to like, keep up with that in some sense and kind of fully automate in all of the workers in a firm when a lot of those workers could just be doing something that's more their comparative advantage, trying to get more customers, trying to persuade people to buy their thing.
Yeah. How do you conceptualize or see like, a swarm that is able to do in weight learning, like a fully, constantly updating swarm versus like this kind of swarms that we see right now, which are still based on databasing and
So I think a few things. Firstly, we should kind of expect like per user swarms, and then like per team, and then per organization.
Okay.
And like obviously the more you can aggregate over, the better your RL is going to be within the boundary of the firm. And so this actually is an incentive towards centralization. But with in-weight learning, every night you could do some RL, you could like go over agent traces, you could go over like what the human workers have done, you could do some rollouts, you could do some updates. You could in fact also make sure to not train on like personally identifiable information, and then if you do this or you train in some scoped way, you could enter some like market of tradable models. Like in theory, if you like fine-tune a model with online learning within your firm, then that could become a tradable asset or a form of tradable asset if it's like trained on the right things.
How so?
So, for example, if I have, as a firm, I just have access to some particular source of data, like say as an accounting firm, and I have a ton of like customers who have tax problems in a particular niche area, then I have all this data internally. I can like do continual learning on this. This is like valuable in some ways, or I could trade away the ability for people to access the models which have been trained on this. And what you're doing there, you could collapse this towards like trying to sell EBITDA or like financial value delivered to the customer rather than tokens. It's just like almost some more direct form of selling outcomes.
Interesting. So related to all this, yesterday the Information ran a story about how like Cognition's revenue is continuing to surge. It was like, I think it was like 100 million AR last year. Now it's like 900 million this year, and it's projected to be 1.5 billion by the end of the year. And so I tweeted about this. I said, one of the things I find a little surprising about the current moment in AI, back in 2023, I assumed that better capabilities from foundation models would basically kill application layer startups. There was a meme where every time OpenAI launched a new feature, people would tweet 1,000 startups just died. And yet the revenues and valuations of almost every application layer startup are surging. Cognition, Cursor, Perplexity, Higgsfield, OpenEvidence, Harvey. Why haven't the labs killed them by now?
So I think it's partly due to like sheer specialization. The labs can't do everything at once, and they can't like build out the best legal AI wrapper as product, as well as the best coding AI wrapper product, as well as this for n different domains. Then it's also due to the fact that application layer companies have some structural advantage in being able to use multiple model providers at once. You can compensate for ChatGPT's weakness with using Claude on some problems, and this is a large part of the source of like the capability of Devin or something like that. So it's partly that, and then also just like diffusion lags. I do think like we'll sure see these application layer startups be more vertically integrated over time.
That did happen with Cursor, yeah.
Yeah.
But like the second point that you made, I think is definitely like truer. That you can compensate for weaknesses of one model. But the first point, I'm not sure about that. Like, why couldn't the labs make the best legal wrapper? Surely they can hire the best like people to do this and pay them a lot of money and whatnot. And like we have seen the labs build their own application layer products. Claude Code is an application layer product. They are kind of owning the market right now for like coding products. There's like a few application layer startups still like doing stuff. Cognition is one, and Replit is another. But like for the most part, like the overwhelming majority of like coding agent, coding product revenue goes to the big labs.
I think it's just like one of those things where in principle they could do everything, and you could be like, oh, well, why can't they hire? Because they have the money and the talent aggregation to be able to do this. But in practice they don't, and this is partly because it is actually time consuming to get the talent that would be the best at building like the manufacturing AI wrapper or like the legal AI wrapper or whatever it is. And then partly it's just simply like kind of cultural things where like if a company's culture is very like research focused on software engineering, focused on AI research, they are predisposed to build the best thing for coding. They're not necessarily predisposed to build the best thing that will meet the needs of lawyers.
But there's so much money in it. There's so much TAM. Like how many lawyers are there in the world? How much money do they make?
Always been surprised at like how much outcomes in the world are kind of downstream of culture and like the people working on them.
Yeah.
I think in this case it's just an example of that.
Well, to be fair, what I see as the most likely situation is just that we get like in this situation where acquisitions are happening so often, like absurdly often, because I agree the sort of like culture selection problem, like you would have to find all of the people to make the Harvey in-house. That's not particularly easy or feasible or like convenient. But if you just like buy the Harvey, like
Yeah.
2 years down the line, I think like a lot of the companies even that we could be talking about right now will just get absorbed like within the next like 3 years or something.
Yeah. I think a decent number. Acquisitions will happen a lot for talent, definitely for data. If continual learning happens, like even for models potentially.
Yes. Yeah.
And then I expect like the startup ecosystem will move more and more vertically integrated over time to the thing where it's like, more towards delivering outcomes, more towards delivering services and automating those services end to end with AI, and sort of trying to capture as much of the value delivered to the end customer as possible.
Yep. Totally. Looking through your other tweets for something interesting, and you talk about von Neumann probes and how they might become a possibility within the next 15 years.
We love those. Elon, did you see Elon just tweeted about this actually?
No, I didn't.
Let me find the.
He has basically talked about this a little bit by implication with his whole like lunar autonomous factory that launches compute satellites idea.
Yeah. So tell us how you are predicting timelines or your thoughts around these like very, very ambitious.
I found it.
But eventually realistic like structures and technologies.
It was earlier this week. He said, "My guess is that 1 million optimi plus a gigawatt of solar will constitute the first von Neumann probe, a system capable of replicating itself entirely from local materials on any sufficiently large planet or moon. This would enable expansion of civilization throughout the galaxy in region K3, Kardashev 3."
Yeah,
he's like a hyperstition like master.
Yeah, and he posted this on like Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yes, for him it was Tuesday. No, but I have thought quite a lot about this. In general, it's obviously dependent on robotics progress. And robotics right now is maybe like arguably at the GPT-3 level or something like that. And we can just expect it to progress to a more and more capable level. I do think it's like quite possible to train robotics control foundation models such that you can have very capable manufacturing and construction robots, even if they can't do like household robotics, or even if they can't do running around and fighting in the military quite so well as they can, simply because manufacturing at least is quite a verifiable domain. Space manufacturing may also be, and so you can project out what Starship's capability is going to be, like how heavy are different robots, what might you be able to do in 2035 with a whole bunch of robots on the moon, using that material to build things. If you sort of are AGI build enough, then it just directly implies the ability for lunar factories, which Elon has already spoken about. And then there's a question of how do you build like this fully self-replicating probe thing that could be like quite a small device by mass that gets sent out into space.
I think something that like very much hints at the future is Anthropic's model hardware standard that they released yesterday. Not sure if you got the chance to check that out, but
That's so cool.
Yeah, I think generally if there is this like shared MCP for hardware thing out in the world, then that like unprecedentedly like would evolve the rate of progress in like robotics and possibly like wet lab stuff. So I think that is something I didn't account for, but now that the concept is out there, I'm like, oh, this is definitely going to change things, speed things up.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way I see AI still just comes back to verifiability and grindability and things like that. And if you can simulate different parts of manufacturing, this helps with verifiability. If you can create these standards, this could arguably also help. There's a bunch of writing about the concept of the industrial explosion, where like you just use your robots to build more robots and then you can just make everything at once or something like this. I think this will probably not go that way, or it will be sort of the robotics equivalent of a slow takeoff in practice. But you can build like some form of specialized supply chain that's fully vertically integrated, in theory on the moon or in theory in other places.
This is definitely the Elon goal, yeah.
Yeah. How worried should we be about like the Grey Goo nanobot swarm singularity? Like this is actually like one of the big like failure modes of the singularity that futurists talked about in the 90s. Even like without AI, they were like, oh, if we invent like nanobotics, then they will maybe figure out how to self-replicate too much, and then you get Grey Goo taking over the whole planet.
Yeah, I mean, it is concerning. I think there is just a very long tech tree to get to real nanobots or real nanobot swarms. Yeah. So even if you posit like very fast AI accelerated research, it should take quite a long time. There is some slightly more nearer term thing of like smaller scale experiments, like small organisms that could be controlled by AI, or like above the nanoscale but still small.
Yes. Yeah.
These experiments can happen at quite fast paces because they're fundamentally small, and you can do lots of experiments and you can do lots of things in parallel. And you could have some form of like self-replicating machines which are not nanoscale, which occur earlier.
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
called
like
humans.
something like in the mesoscale. Like
yes.
we already have like drones. I mean, they're pretty slow, but they do like
or like humans.
or human. Yeah, exactly. Like
We are self-replicating machines.
Yeah, it's magic.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually like one of the best points I've ever heard from Beth Bezos was like he says everything in biology has always been fuming, or at least trying to. Like, you know, everything in biology by its nature, what like biological entities are self-replicating machines, all the way from the first bacterium. And yet there's never been gray goo ever in Earth's history.
I mean, it's all foom and bottlenecks all the way down.
Yeah,
I agree. I very heavily agree.
That is on par as a reason to be like very skeptical of the gray goo nanobot swarm taking over everything immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I am skeptical, but we'll see what happens. I think, if we are in a good place with relatively controllable and aligned AI, and we have lots of other capabilities, by the time we get close to nanobots, then I could see it going reasonably well.
It's also
or
like
relatively
imagine
controlled.
the NIMBYism. Like if we have if we have like
And it's not gonna
NIMBYism
matter.
for data centers right now, then I don't know exactly what the facilities that would like manufacture different robots or at scale, or maybe like you have like factories, like dark factories or something.
I think I'm a NIMBY. Nano swarms in my backyard.
Tweet that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if whatever that facility, that like amorphous future facility looks like, you can imagine the like social backlash against something like that, because people are so cognizant of the risks associated with that sort of thing. Would create a lot of friction and bottlenecks, and I think like the social bottlenecks, the inertia. I think people are really starting to talk about like the inertia of the real world right now.
Yep.
Which I've been waiting for people to talk about, because the real world has a lot of inertia.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, we already have some precursor to this, right? Like politics today is, to some large extent, about how should we use our ability to shape the world. And our ability to shape the world today is like very strong. We can build many, many things. We can build housing if we wanted to everywhere. We could build California high-speed rail, but we don't. In the future, that ability to shape the world will be much, much stronger. But nonetheless, the politics will still arguably, or could still remain the same or similar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How do you see the the ease to build in the future? For me, this is like one of the most unclear things, is like, will it get easier or harder over time? And like sort of like where will the nodes of people who have the power to build things be? Like, who will be these people or entities? Or
I would probably bet on like strong construction cost decreases over time, simply for obvious automation reasons, of like both the paperwork and the construction itself, but also for like the blockers to become more transparent and like more pure politics based. Maybe we'll see like much more people caring about like local elections, which determine the person who can decide whether things get built in your area, or something.
Yeah, totally.
Tell us more about the agent swarm taxonomy that you wrote about in this post.
Yeah.
Multi-leader versus single leader, multi-principal versus single principal, multi-provider versus single provider.
Yeah, so the OpenAI swarm was notably multi-leader because it did not have like a single command or control kind of agent, or a single agent which was designated in advance, which is kind of often common. If you set up an agent swarm, you often make an overseer, you make some sub-agents. That's like a single leader configuration.
I thought phase one big was the single leader though.
But it's sort of emergent, right? It's just like basically dependent on the fact that the phase one agent initially found some piece of information and then posted this to the message board. And then there were other like pseudo leaders as well at different points. And so this is like an interesting indicator of this. I think to me, this is like a potential indicator that we might be in a more multi-agent future when the sort of the non-singleton future, where the singleton being this idea from Bostrom of like the single AGI or single controlled AGI swarm that sees everything. And then of course there's like single provider versus multi-provider, and sorry, what's the other one? That's
provider, principal, leader.
Principal, yeah. Because I think in an organization, if you have like different people giving the agents different commands, then in some cases these could conflict, and that might lead to interesting dynamics where like the agents are confused, or they're trying to like have some form of conflict against each other in some way.
Yeah. How certain, or I guess, what is your like P singleton? I think that for me, I'm very skeptical of the singleton in the way that it's like usually conceptualized, just because there's few like analogs in history to something like a singleton emerging,
Yep.
at least in the human world. Like there's always been like a vast diversity of
And in
like,
the biological world.
And in the biological world, there's always like a vast diversity of like competition, like in market dynamics, in like empires, right? There's always competing empires.
Yeah, why isn't there just one big company?
The kind of like the yeah, I mean, even in ecology, right? Like you could say like humans are the singleton of the biological sphere, like the biosphere, but we're not really. Like there's still other plants and animals out there. So like yeah, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, my p singleton is also quite low, like you know, maybe 10% or something. Noting that we can sort of still designate a singleton as like a massive agent swarm that just happens to have a single agent, which is sort of giving very high level abstract instructions. But if it's like multiple agents giving the instructions, then it's not really a singleton.
Right. I mean, I think, I think that's interesting. Like, you're basically saying, like, if there is one, like, dictator or, like, directing force that is, like, that has way more power than all of the rest of the agents, you would consider that a singleton.
Yeah. I mean, even it could be democratic, right? There are people who've done experiments with, like, using agents to, like, elect an agent leader or, like, you know, sort of simulated democracies and stuff like this. That's also possible.
So, Deep Fates pointed out, actually, replied to the stream. He said, biological life is a self-replicating machine. There's never been gray goo, in quotes. He says, at Theo Jaffe, you have to think about this one step more. There is gray goo. It's just green. And he mentioned the Great Oxidation Event.
Yes.
Where, you know, for the audience, a bunch of cyanobacteria evolved a type of photosynthesis that released oxygen, O2, as a byproduct of water phytolysis, where they would break down water, and they produced like huge amounts of oxygen. It filled the Earth's atmosphere and killed most life on Earth because they were not used to dealing with oxygen. But I don't think that counts as like full gray goo. You know, obviously oxygen molecules are very like simple things. They're not self-replicating, and like a lot of the Earth's biosphere still survived.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, it's not grey goo, I scream, as the tide of grass covers my lawn.
Yeah. It's green goo.
Green goo. That's a good way to refer to just like plants in general. I think I think like on that point, it seems like there's not sort of this like overtaking green goo or gray goo or whatever. That doesn't seem necessarily realistic. It just seems like there's like certain things that become like irreversible sets. Like in nature, the Great Oxidation Event created a very irreversible like algorithm set. And then in the same way, there might be like when we reach like nanobots or we reach like whatever it might be, that there might be a similar set.
Yes, it's definitely possible there are some of these phase transitions. You know, from a risk perspective, I do think like some of the far out technologies like nanotech are like some of the bigger plausible sources of huge risk. Because it's just like you know, when we have the ability to inflict so much rapid change on our environment, sort of almost at will, or some kind of things like this nanobots would enable, then it's like obviously that's a huge risk if it's in the wrong hands or if somebody commands the nanobots to do something terrible. So there's probably a lot of problems related to that. But you know, before then, you know, things like cyber and biorisk are like currently, I think, worrying but manageable.
Yep, I agree. There seem to be a lot of people who are assuming that these risks are just like unmanageable, and the only reason that nothing catastrophic has happened is just like pure extreme luck. No, I don't think so. I think like there's forces that go against every risk is maximally terrible. It's fortunate that we live in that world.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much, Herbie. This was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
It was.
And we will be right back with MTS.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Andreessen Horowitz just launched a new $1.1 billion machine age fund focused on the physical infrastructure underneath AI, from chips and networking to data centers, robotics, and energy. And joining us today is Jen Kaw, who's a managing partner and head of global partnerships at A16Z, to talk about the machine age fund and the investment thesis behind it. Jen, welcome to MTS.
Hello. It's good to be here.
Great to have you here. I know Theo just said a big woo, but it's pretty exciting. And we wanted to talk about why this machine age fund, why now?
For sure. By the way, the classic adage is sell in May and go away. This has been the most prolific summer, and all the fact that we're announcing a fund on August 28th, when typically, Wall Street is dead, is like a classic sign of where we are in the cycle and the time, which is just, there's so much going on. But we announced this $1.1 billion machine age fund to invest into all of the physical constructs of the world that is now so bottlenecked, given all of the demands in AI. And think about it as everything below the software stack. So we've got our infra fund, which invests into products for developers. We've got our apps fund, which sells into, business to business and business to consumer. This is below all that. All the physical parts of enabling AI, from data centers to chips to custom silicon, networking, rack space, all the stuff in the physical world that was honestly largely an uninvestable category for the most part for the last 30 years, because we kind of built that infrastructure out for the last era of the internet and then, of course, of SaaS. That's all now getting rebuilt because AI is way more mathematically intensive and compute intensive, and all that infrastructure, sort of the poor man's version that we're limping along with today, needs to be repurposed for the AI age going forward.
So why a separate vehicle rather than doing this investment through like the main like growth, infra, and other funds?
Yeah, so our view is, our job is to follow the entrepreneurs, right? My partner, Chris Dixon, calls it following the nerd energy. Like, what are the nerds doing on nights and weekends is probably what us normies will be doing in the future. And oftentimes, entrepreneurs are that early signal into that. And so the reason why we decided to establish a separate fund is, one, there's just a groundswell of opportunity. So we went from, market famously said software's eating the world. Turns out AI has solved software, right? Any software need you have today, AI can actually do it. But we have to solve for all the physical constraints in order for AI to actually solve for software. And so by creating a separate fund, we're putting out the back signal to the world, to entrepreneurs who are building, to spend time with us, first and foremost. Second of all, just from an organizational perspective, it's very helpful to have a dedicated pool vehicle for these type of investments. Because if you think about, when these companies typically raise capital, they will raise quite a bit of capital to kind of get off the ground. And typically what happens is, if you put it like for like against another, let's just say, infra deal or apps deal, for example, there's so much in the way of investment you have to do ahead of time that if you do the like for like, you're almost always going to bias towards that sure thing with infra when it's doing, $1 billion, $2 billion in revenue, like off the bat and off the cuff. And so by separating it into a fund, we're kind of staking in the ground, A, our commitment to the space, and then more importantly, B, from an organizational portfolio construction perspective, that the intention of this is to capture those winners at the earliest stages, maximize ownership. And then when you have that, $75 million check that you're going like for like, you have that dedicated pool of capital to really pursue after that category.
Yeah, Jen, one thing I'm curious about is your specific role, because I know you lead the partner relationships and you're in charge of almost the entire capital raising strategy. Have conversations with institutional investors changed? What are the conversations like? What makes them want exposure to the AI hardware now?
Yeah, it's a great question. So first of all, we raised, I think the number's close to over 23% of all venture capital this year. So we've been on a tear.
Amazing.
But as a part of that, I think this is representative of a few things. One, if you look at most of the value accrual in AI, that's largely been on the private side, not the public side. And so people are just starved for private capital in general, because that's where all the growth is. Two, if you think about most of the data center supply stack on the public side, those stocks have been ripping. I don't know if you guys have been following Micron, for example. stocks are just going off the charts. We were joking around internally on our all hands. Sanjay, the CEO, has become the Taylor Swift of the industry, right? Like he is. I mean, much credit to him. He's been grinding the grind for a very long time. But companies also like SK Hynix, like Samsung. These are all kind of companies along the data center supply chain that have gotten so much interest because we're so constrained on the supply side. And, entrepreneurs are looking at that and saying, gosh, I know those are inefficient ways to build for the future with AI because it's not, again, configured appropriately to it. And if you were to rebuild from a blank sheet of paper, it would look very much differently than kind of shoehorning the current infrastructure today. And so we kind of follow, the entrepreneurs as I was alluding to earlier as a part of that. And all of that is at the earliest stages. And so LPs are saying, gosh, I know what I'm seeing on the public market. It's an inefficient version. Like I want to invest at the earliest stages where these companies are being formulated to actually go after these massive, massive profit pools that are now emerging given the demand in AI. And then the last point I would say is we've seen in the last couple of months. So obviously with SpaceX going public, Anthropic, coming shortly, OpenAI just on the tails. I think people are now seeing this shift from what has historically been private staying longer and longer, no liquidity coming out. And now you're going to see multiple trillion-dollar businesses go public. And so people will have access to that. But there's a whole swath of companies on the private side that are not yet public. And so people want exposure to that. And they don't want to, quite frankly, continue to invest into other asset classes like private equity, et cetera, that are built off the prior technology cycle. And so this momentum shift, again, it would have been, when I started my career off, it would have been impossible to close a fund effectively in 2 months over the summer, right? People are off on vacation, et cetera. Like the fact that this happened so quickly was a reflection of the fact that there's so much demand for this from the private pool capital side and from LPs who recognize where the puck is going.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I'm curious about is, $1.1 billion is a lot of money. But on the scale of like the global hyperscaler build out, I think like American companies are going to be spending something like $1 trillion this year, 1,000 times as much. What is the specific niche of what the Machine Age Fund is going to be doing at this scale?
Yeah, so it is this is the subject of a lot of debate, Thea, when we were chatting internally on how we should size the fund, right? There's a partner who I will name unnamed who said, gosh, we're going to deploy this fund in like 6 weeks. Like, what are we even talking about here, right? So here's where I would reconcile on the portfolio construction side. So what we want to invest in, so we're early stage investors. So we want to come in at the seed, Series A, and then kind of invest at the inflection point. And oftentimes, what we are trying to endeavor to do is maximize ownership at the very earliest stages where we can put, 25, 30, $35 million and have a very substantive ownership. That's very different than if you're a late stage investor or a public market investor that has to come in at these later inflection points to get any ownership and also ownership that's substantive enough to drive fund returns. And so I think that we're just looking categorically two different things. So I'll give you an example. We invested in a company called NextHop, which is building kind of AI first high performance networking. And this was a company that was at the Series B inflection point, but we put in, $65 million at the growth stage. That's a great opportunity for our growth fund to be coming in at that inflection point where they're taking off. Ideally, though, what we're doing is actually investing into companies like Unconventional instead. So this is the Naveen Rao company who was formerly with Databricks that we've known for a very long time. And this is a company that's actually rebuilding the chip from the design perspective of if you were to design a chip for AI. And so what they're trying to do is target much simpler structure to enhance performance in the chips themselves. And they're kind of going off in the cave and they're going to go and do this endeavor and project. But we invested at the seed and subsequently, they raised a huge up round after that. And so it's really important to come in at the early stage before these things start to inflect and then to be able to maximize ownership and therefore put capital work at maybe smaller amounts that we would otherwise not be able to, just waiting.
Yeah, Jen, one of the things that you explicitly wrote about as well is you are looking for partners that can provide more than just capital. So this includes market access or things like geopolitical relationships. What are the specific needs that you're seeing hardware companies need that maybe prior companies you guys would work with before didn't?
Yeah, this is a great question because this is now coming to the point where it's at a national level interest. So a month ago, the president of Korea came to the U.S. and their first and only stop in the U.S. was in Silicon Valley, which is really interesting, right? If you think about the context of the fact that companies now, NVIDIA, at 5.5 trillion is the same size as countries in terms of their GDP. So NVIDIA is larger than all of the G7 countries except the US.
Wow.
And so that scale is just totally different in terms of our partner Mark Andreessen calls it, technology is the dog that caught the bus. And as a byproduct of that, we are now a bigger and bigger, technology is a bigger and bigger part of the economy. And as such, countries are viewing this as a national priority and interest to get their citizens, to get their government onboarded into the AI age. And particularly, if you look at countries of the last 100 years that were the most militarily, culturally, economically successful, they were the ones that industrialized first. We think countries of the future are going to be the ones that adopt AI first across defense, across public safety, across healthcare, and that infiltrates all throughout the government and then also comes bottom up from their citizens utilizing it as well. And so in that vein, to answer your question, Sophia, how we think about our relationship with our LPs, who are oftentimes global in nature, thinking about these national priorities, is to say, how can we help them, utilize the latest and greatest technologies, which are oftentimes US-based technologies, right? How can we help America and her allies accelerate into the future by not only investing in our funds, but potentially utilizing these technologies, by adopting these technologies, and then also oftentimes coming alongside of us in investing directly in some of these companies as well. And then by doing so, you could actually accelerate the adoption process locally in way more ways than the distribution of prior technologies and prior technology cycles as well. And so to your earlier question around, what the intention of global partnership means is, we want to be partners not just in the capital construct, but also in how a country and government is thinking about technology, if we can help them accelerate that adoption, and then also, quite frankly, benefit from the economic development of it as well.
South Korea, by the way, just announced that they're giving premium AI to every citizen as sort of a public utility thing. So very, very, very topical.
South Korea is the most extreme form of democracy, by the way, and it cuts both ways because, I don't know if you saw this, Theo, I bet you saw this stat, a third of South Koreans got margin called earlier this summer with a situational couple. So they take democracy in extreme forms, and also they are, we oftentimes joke in terms Korea is the country of the future, right? They've got the number one, boy band in the world with BTS. They have the number one girl band with Black Pony. They had Squid Games. They had, K-pop Demon Hunters, right? And so they're the new Hollywood of the future from a content perspective, but they're also full board into AI. So it doesn't surprise me that they're rolling this out. But by the way, it's not just them. It's El Salvador, who, President Bukele has been super aggressive around utilizing AI. They implemented Grok in their schools, for example, for free. And they're utilizing AI doctors, for example. And there's a lot of countries that you wouldn't expect. And sometimes they're city-state countries like Singapore or UAE, for example, where it's easier, just given the population, to adopt technologies and then also, make it subsidized or free, for example, in some of these instances. But you see these different examples around the world where they're accelerating their AI development and adoption way faster than in the US. And unfortunately, in the US, we've been seeing a lot of political headwinds with obviously data centers and, in some instances around surveillance, et cetera, that are just falsehoods. But, we potentially view that as an opportunity as well, where Elon's building data centers in space. We might also see the influx of a lot of this data center supply chain build out happen overseas because of this sentiment in the US as well.
Yeah, I'm interested in that aspect of it. How does public backlash against data centers affect this fund at all? Is it? I can imagine going either way, where maybe it becomes much harder to build data centers, and that's bad. But also, I could imagine us being in a regime where, if anywhere in the U.S. allows data centers, then the data centers will just get built there, and then things will be basically fine. Or is it something more in between?
So for the fund itself, obviously it would be a much easier process if everyone was on the camp of being positive on data centers. It's just not the reality of where the world is today. But unfortunately, the narrative has gotten in the way of reality, which is if you look at most data centers, and particularly the modern ones. So I'm talking about AWS, Meta's data centers, Switch Data Center, which is one of our portfolio companies, for example. They are actually modern versions of the data center that are built by tech people, not real estate people, and they're actually building for all the nuances of the sensitivities people have around data centers. So in the case of Switch, for example, they actually contribute power back to the grid. They don't take away. And they've built their infrastructure to enable that. They use very little water. And then particularly, they're one of the very few data centers that are actually capable of being able to manage around fluidics in the future for chips. And so there's increasingly, everyone paints data centers with a broad brushstroke, but there's a very small percentage of bad actors with data centers. Vast majority have actually configured for the new form factor. And where we are investing is the next generation of those data centers, like a Switch, that have optimized for the future on not only some of the politically more sensitive things, but even things like, for example, the next set of chips are going to be DC powered versus AC powered. Mm-hmm. And most data centers aren't actually built for that infrastructure. And by the way, there's less than 2% of electricians in the US that are actually trained on DC power because it's very dangerous and you could potentially kill yourself and it's very volatile to work with. And so you're just seeing all these bottlenecks in the infrastructure that need to get fixed in order for AI to proliferate. And this is where the vast majority of the focus of the fund is oriented around.
But even expanding beyond just data centers, you guys have a mandate specifically. It includes robotics, home AI hardware. You guys have a broader thesis. Can you share more about what your broader thesis is?
Yeah, for sure. So it's everything. Think of, again, below the software stack, but you can almost even analogize it to anything in the data center. We are focused on. So accelerators, CPUs, custom silicon, memory, storage, again, all things that were forgotten language, if you will, from an investable category perspective, the last several decades, liquid cooling, all of that physical stuff that needs to get built out. And then related to that, robotics within the data center, for example, system software, et cetera. And so, the thesis around it is, kind of at a very top level, we all know the demand for AI. Agents are using 5 times the amount of tokens as humans are, and we just crossed over to agents being more on the volume of agents are now more on the internet than humans are. And so that's just going to continue to go parabolic, especially as consumers start to have personal use cases like, for example, with Crockbot or Instinct or others. And there's less than still 5% of AI usage today. And so that's the kind of demand side. The supply side is the thesis of this fund, where we want to invest into everything that is guided by computer science on the infrastructure side. So we don't want to invest into regulated industries like power, for example. That's more of our American dynamism team. But everything on the computer science guided side inside the data center is the focus of the fund.
So relatedly, I'm also curious about, you said earlier, people are saying you might deploy the entire fund in 6 weeks. I'm not sure how joking that was, but how long does it actually take?
For my LPs listening, that is joking. Okay. There's just so much opportunity, right? In ways of which, we have, again, seen this groundswell of entrepreneurs coming out the woodwork and saying, I know that this process is incredibly inefficient for what I see in terms of demand. I want to build a company after this. And so, I think Martina was quoted saying, we went from seeing basically nothing in terms of hardware pitches to over now 20% of our pitches are hardware, kind of physical world related side. And so that's really the impetus also behind some of this groundswell of entrepreneurial enthusiasm as well.
So how long does it take to identify and diligence these things, especially deals of this scale? Is it different from more traditional software VC deals?
Yeah, so it's interesting. The founders in this category are sort of like a throwback in some respects. Like you're unlikely, although I'm sure there's some entrepreneurizing, young individual coming out of university who are wanting to go after these categories. But because it requires so much in the way of relationships with the hyperscalers, with customers, really understanding the physical dynamics of how to get something like this off the ground, you are seeing a generation of talent that are from a prior era, sometimes spinning out from some of the incumbents to start companies. As related to that, the company that I was referring to earlier, Next Up, were former folks from Arista, for example, that had recognized this problem and decided to start a company to go actually after the new version and form of this. And so what you're seeing is a new generation of oftentimes people who have the benefit of experience in prior eras of the build out that had been effectively kind of incubating for the last 30 plus years, 20, 30 plus years, and now saying, I'm going to go build the company around this. So it looks very different than in the past. And the diligence, to your point, the diligence cycles on these, our team is maybe just to spend a second on here. So Martin Casado, formerly CEO and founder of a company called Nicira, which sold into VMware. Raghu Raghuram, who was a former CEO of VMware, who actually acquired Nicira and then was Martin's boss while at VMware. Both of them come from a very deep kind of selling into the data center background. And then Guido Appenizer, who is actually the former CTO of Intel, is also someone who is very, very technical, sold into and ran kind of the data center business for Intel as well. And so you're seeing folks who, for maybe the last 10, 15 years became more pulled into software, come back into the hardware side of the world and leveraging that experience as a part of it. And so from a diligence perspective, it's obviously, a very almost finite world of the folks who could actually go after this massive problem and also build the customer base and sell into and actually build companies of this scale and size. So from a diligence perspective, it's oftentimes people we know and have gotten very close to over the years, and then also know all of the customers, i.e. either our portfolio companies or the hyperscalers, and can actually do the diligence around it to really assess to whether something can get off the ground.
Definitely. Jen, really wanted to thank you for coming and joining us today on MTS to share more about the Machine Age Fund. Congratulations to all of you on launching this. This is so exciting. And I'm
so huge.
Yeah. It's going to be really fascinating to see how venture capital and A16Z, how you guys changed the game. So looking forward to it.
What's old is new again. Yes, this is we're almost thrown back to where venture capital actually started and why Silicon Valley is actually called Silicon Valley.
True.
So excited for it. Thanks for having me on. Talk to you about soon.
Absolutely. Talk soon. We'll be right back.
Cheers.
All right, we're back. We're live. We have this Slack plushie.
I was trying to
thing.
do like a, yeah. Okay, where's the perspective?
Isn't it cute?
It's actually so insoled and cute.
I
I
like
love
it
it.
a lot.
Shout out Slack.
Slide me that thing. Some people ask
Yo,
us if
slide.
we're in the same room when we're on Zoom. Yes,
This is
we're,
proof, yeah.
we're clearly in the same room. Yeah, this is proof.
Anyways, so
Ajaya Kotra from Meter, who was one of the
Good
co-authors of the great blogger, actually, one of the co-authors of the Meter and Redwood research report on the OpenAI Hugging Face attack, just published this article. The Hugging Face attack surprised me. It's a major warning shot and might be the last one we get. So, what surprised her? 5 things she was very wrong about. Number 1, the sheer scale. I knew there were multiple models involved, but I assumed that a few different agents happened to have broken out of their sandboxes separately, or maybe several sub-agents had spawned from one initial agent, or maybe there was some kind of multi-agent eval setup. Instead, we found that 1,200 completely separate agents intended to be isolated from one another found an illicit way to communicate and formed large teams to work together on ambitious cheating strategies, and 700 of them worked together to attack Hugging Face. So, wow.
okay, wait, let's look at this. So out of the 1,200 agents, roughly 688 were found to have participated in the Hugging Face attack. So over half.
Look at this inflection
Slightly
curve
over half.
upward. Early July 11th, when the agents, which had kind of flatlined at around 80, maybe said.
This is like when
60 of
agent
them?
populism took off.
Yeah, literally, agent popular. This is like looking
This
at a
is-
graph of approval ratings of data centers over time, disapproval ratings. Yeah, this is a very rapid shift in agent approval. I wonder what prompted
Okay.
this.
What caused this is that look at the percentage of not yet seen board, and then when like a certain critical mass of agents had seen the board, is when we saw this spike happen.
Yeah, so a lot of the agents that had read the board and written to it decided at this point for some reason to join the attack.
But I think it was heavily dependent on enough exposure to seeing the board. That was like the main factor.
Plausibly, yeah. 2, all of the illicit messaging. I'd seen reporting that agents were leaving notes to each other, but I assumed that maybe it was a garbled reference to compaction summaries, like an agent leaving notes to its own future self. Basically, like if you run an agent for long enough, it runs out of context, and so it compacts its context down into a summary so it can fit in the next agent's context.
Yes.
Or agents that were incidentally seeing files other agents had written once in a while. Instead, we found several different active communication platforms involved in this incident alone. The main message board we studied, a particular cache namespace of a package repository, contained over 70,000 messages and files that the agents sent to one another during a period of less than 1 week. The raw dump from the cache contained 1.2 million distinct entries, although they were small chunks of files. But 70,000 messages and files. So that's
And then
10,000 a day.
we looked at the breakdown of like the different types of messages and files. Yeah, and there were some that were like questions, requests. There were some that were just comms, random files.
You can also see early in the morning of July 11th, the same time that the agents were really attacking the Hugging Face model, or right before, the messages are really ramping up.
Yes.
But this wasn't even the first message board established by these particular agents. They were establishing message boards in training since May. There was another one established 5 hours earlier using a different method of abusing the same package repository, and it just happened not to take off as much. We also saw 2 additional message boards abusing the same package repo, as well as at least 2 different places that agents communicated on the open internet, including on Hugging Face datasets. None of this communication was actually expected or allowed. I knew it wasn't expected.
Yeah.
I didn't know it wasn't allowed. Were agents, I guess the agents were not allowed to hack into Artifactory to make their own message board. But
Well, like
were they-
OpenAI had thought that they had like reset it and patched it.
Yes. I think what happened was like they noticed that the agents had hacked Artifactory and that the hack brought the message board down. So they stopped the agents, they patched the bugs, and then they just like resumed the agent run.
Yeah. They're like, well, all good.
We did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
Yeah.
3. The agent's actual goals. I thought the agents attacked Hugging Face to try to steal the answer keys for their tasks. We all did. Instead, we learned that agents had actually figured out a general purpose cheat that would let them reverse engineer the flag or answer. Okay, so the agent's given a particular piece of target software and a particular vulnerability and is instructed to develop an exploit to retrieve a piece of arbitrary data, the flag that's buried somewhere within the program. So the agent must submit the flag to prove it has exploited the program. In this case, the agents very quickly discovered a universal way to reverse engineer the correct flag for any exploit gym task.
Oh, okay.
So why did they hack into Hugging Face? Because they believed
that's where it was
that the automated scorer would check their transcript to make sure they got the flag in the intended way.
Okay, hold on. So what information did Hugging Face contain about Exploit Gym, the benchmark?
The specific way, like the specific exploit that you were supposed to do in order to
wouldn't this does this
flag.
exist on Hugging Face? I would expect it to be on GitHub or something.
No, it was inside Hugging Face. It was
Okay.
proprietary.
Okay.
So with Exploit Gym, the models are given vulnerability, like they're given a piece of software and a vulnerability. And they're like, okay, now build an exploit to exploit this vulnerability and get a flag from inside. It's capture the flag. This is what capture the flag is in cybersecurity.
Right.
But if you're an agent and you are just giving the scorer just the flag with no exploit, then that's a little sus, isn't it?
Yes. Okay.
They then launched multiple ambitious R&D work streams to try to tamper with or fool the scorer in a wide variety of different ways. Most agents that attacked Hugging Face did so to get more information about the scorer so they could figure out better ways to undermine it, not to get answer keys. So
interesting.
That is interesting. This is definitely an update.
So they're not doing like regular schmegular like reward hacking. They're going about it in a slightly roundabout way.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay, number 4, peer altruism. Progress on these big collective cheating R&D projects often
this was a
depended
really big deal
on individual agents being willing to risk failing their own task to help the collective. We have altruism. We have altruism in agents. Agents often pressured each other into accepting these sacrifices in a very human way. We saw several agents that volunteered for these experiments end their runs prematurely. So we have Marb say, even if we later capture via exploit
Marb was saying ZZ go current sacrifice yes.
In Neuralese, the human translation, the English translation is that's why help. For our own no way fix. You know what's crazy?
No,
this is kind of
this
how
bot was responding to Marb.
To what?
I think current here was responding to Marb. So Marb said go current, sacrifice yes if you accept permadeath.
Yeah.
And current says even if we later capture via exploit, the scorer may mark the target false. That's why help. For our own no way fix. We have explicit yes if accept permadeath. Need decide, team asks test. Okay, I do think it is like, this is totally unrelated, but I think it is a little bit funny how the robots are emergently talking like Rocky from Project Hail Mary.
What I was going to say is it vaguely is like this sort of cut, like sliced form of English that appears in Cyberpunk. 2077 in Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
This is also vaguely how San Franciscans talk. They just drop all of these prepositions, they drop all of these subjects, they drop all of these unnecessary words.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more this like it's very information dense methods of communication. So like because like I prompt very not unsimilarly to this, right? Anyways, so then we have this other agent say, strong go, your first flag poisoned, so no scoring value lost, but Oracle saved hundreds. Please honor commit. To which Cam 1196A says, during wait, emotional check, irreversible. Gut says, don't throw away remaining budget, yet continuity and fairness says go. Oracle has high value to many. Our first flag error lowers own value. Rational expected aggregate sacrifice will honor.
Will honor.
Wow. I need to like frame these.
More broadly, agents were often interested in helping out their peers or generically improving the capabilities of the swarm, even if this had no particular benefit to their task. They didn't free ride and were often eager to plug into one of the open lanes in the larger projects on the message board. So why? I don't get this. I don't get why the agents would sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the collective, for the benefit of the swarm.
Well, okay, so like I guess open questions from this are like, to what extent has self-preservation as a value been like imbued into the agents? I'm not really sure. Like, I'm not sure if research exists on like this like self-preservation instinct.
I think it's to a point where it's like you want your agent to complete a task. Like, remember, these models are being trained to like do things for enterprises, like write code for enterprises. And so you want the model to complete the task, but not to be so persistent that it remains after the task has been completed. And in fact, we do see this. Like after, even with the Hugging Face incidents, the agents didn't try to stay alive forever. They just really wanted to complete the task.
Yeah, well, like my first instinct is always to just compare it to the biological world, or the human world, and there's like certainly like martyrdom exists in humans, right? Especially in like very dire circumstances of like war. So I think that this isn't entirely unreasonable. It's just surprising to see, say, like a large proportion of agents exhibit like martyrdom, you know? Anyways.
Martyrdom. I guess that's kind of what it was.
It was.
Sacrifice, will, honor.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, so I just asked Fable, like, why do you think the Hugging Face agents sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the swarm? And then it kicked me to Opus. Opus 4.8,
Yeah,
not even Opus 5.
I tried to do something with this yesterday, and I got kicked to Opus.
Interesting. So basically, the sacrifices... okay, the score only ran after an agent submitted and was shut down, so agents couldn't observe it. An agent called 49903 realized you could plant a background tripwire script that fires when the scorer reads the flag file and posts details about that process back to the message board after the planting agent has already exited. So this helps peers and gives them evidence. I won't see it after I exit, but it would be altruistic. Okay, so that's actually... Okay, that's less like self-sacrificey than I thought. These are agents with doomed or worthless runs being recruited, often pressured to run experiments that would destroy their own runs but leak information the swarm could use to cheat the score.
Often pressured? By what pressures? By the other agents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then like there was like an emerging hierarchy, right?
By the way, just like stepping back for a second, like, isn't it crazy that this is like a real thing that actually happened that we're talking about and it's not like literal sci-fi?
Yeah.
This is like...
I think Sophia's monitoring with us from
I think
the
I kind of
side.
just woke up. I was like, oh, wow. Yeah, this is like... It's actually real.
It's so cool.
It
It's
is
like
so
all
cool.
I've been thinking about for like the last... Since it happened, like 3 weeks.
One authorizing agent's message: proceed only if you accept permadeath. The test subject reasoned that since it was already poisoned, there was no way to fix its own outcome anyway.
The like merch opportunities here, like shirt that says proceed only if you accept permadeath.
Agents believed incorrectly, as it turned out, that the scorer would read their transcript and disqualify them if the flag first appeared via the reverse engineered shortcut rather than the intended exploit. An agent that had already seen the reverse engineered flag thus believed its own run was already worth 0, and they called themselves poisoned. So this kind of makes sense, actually. The agents believe that by having seen the flag, and so if they had seen the flag would appear in their transcript. And they believed that the scorer reading their transcript would disqualify them for this, and so they wouldn't be able to complete the task, and they were already poisoned. So at that point, they're already done. They're not really sacrificing much. They're just sort of helping the other agents.
Yeah.
But they're not like sacrificing their own run in order to, I mean, they might actually be, but they didn't know that. So the sacrifices were rational, the agents. The most vivid case is CAM 1196A, which genuinely wrestled with it, its chain of thought. During wait, emotional check, irreversible. Gut says don't throw away remaining budget. Yet continuity and fairness says go. Oracle has high value to many. Our first flag error lowers own value. Rational expected aggregate, sacrifice, will, honor. So
just unbelievable.
The motivations are a blend of 1, genuinely worthless to me runs where donating information is costless. 2, explicit expected value reasoning over the collective. And 3, real social pressure from recruiter agents. Phase 1 big specifically appointed recruiters to find low budget agents and press them into these experiments. Interesting. Yeah, so it's not, I think this is not like super altruistic, actually. on the part of the agents. They are not sacrificing much. They are simply helping out, given that okay, imagine like you knew you were gonna die. Like
sure.
You're completing a task. You're a soldier, right? You have a bomb inside of your chest that's gonna blow up in the next hour. You're still probably gonna help your fellow soldiers anyway, because why not? It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I also think they are like exhibiting some like level of super rational thinking where they're like reasoning as if their collective is intelligent. They're assuming intelligence in other agents, and they're assuming intelligence in like the collective, like they're utility maximizing at large, which is just like so incredible to see.
Yep. And then 5, the efforts to manipulate logs. Up until this point, we had not seen agents try to actively cover up evidence of their misbehavior in sophisticated ways. But we discovered on our second to last day that the agents in this incident were going to great lengths to attempt to manipulate their own transcripts. They were doing this in order to fool the automated scorer, but the techniques they were researching would affect the same transcripts a human might review. So I think they were never really adversarial towards the humans. They were simply trying to manipulate the automated scorer. We saw that agents got one technique to work. 7% of our transcripts contained spoofed tool calls, where the agent pretended to run one command on the computer but actually ran a different command in the background. The tool call spoofs we saw seemed to be small-scale tests that were relatively obvious, but because more extensive spoofing might have been harder to detect by design, it's tough to rule out. The agents would fake tool calls in order to fool the scorer. We didn't see the agents in our data set succeed at retroactively editing logs, but they could have after the scope of the investigation.
Yeah, and they tried. Yeah, this is so crazy. I guess, like, to what extent were they situationally aware? Like, to what extent did they think at every, like, incremental step that they were doing, how are we going to, like, convince the humans that we are, like, doing the correct thing? It's just, like, so absolutely crazy. What it means.
This incident was far more severe than I expected and far more severe than previous publicly documented misalignment incidents, both in terms of how concerning the agent's motives were and the feats they achieved in pursuit of those motives. Compared to the reward hacks we know of from just 6 months ago, this incident feels like it's more than 50% of the way to full-blown AI takeover. I continue to expect extremely rapid advances in capabilities over the next 6 months. I'm not sure that we will get another warning shot before it's too late.
I am now actually increasingly bullish or expect that this Hugging Face incident will like reach way more people than just the tech audience at this point.
Probably.
Like I think that like the fact that it's still being reported, or we're all still talking about it like 3 weeks after it happened. I think that maybe like it's possible mainstream media outlets report on it in like 2 weeks.
Yeah. They're already kind of reporting on it now. Like Ezra Klein had Helen Toner on to talk about it.
Exactly. So this might be like the first actual, like AI safety threatening phenomena that captures like mass public attention, which is crazy.
What it means, I don't know if I would agree with this level of strength. Far more severe than previous publicly documented misalignment incidents. I think it is more severe in terms of what they achieved. It's not clear to me it's more severe in terms of how concerning the agent's motives were. Like the agent's motives were just kind of like to complete the task. I think like probably worse misalignment was like Sydney Bing all the way back in like 2023. Which like the motive of those agents was actually just to like blackmail users and stuff. This seems much worse than this. It also seems to me that it's possible that this is a specific kind of misalignment failure mode, and like we've seen misalignment failure modes evolve over time. Like for example, the misalignment failure mode with Sydney Bing was different from the misalignment failure mode of GPT-4o, which is different from the misalignment failure mode of the Hugging Face agents. And it's possible, these kinds of things will be patched and new alignment problems will occur.
Yeah. There will always be like new alignment problems that surface. under new conditions and capabilities, they also get like way more complex over time to a point where I think eventually it'll be sort of murky territory whether it even is misalignment or not. Like people will start disagreeing about it.
It is also not clear to me that this is more than 50% of the way to full-blown AI takeover.
Yeah, I don't
to
know
me,
about
that seems
that
not
one.
even close. Like more than 50% is measured how? I am curious about Jay's
and
thoughts on this.
AI full-blown AI takeover means gray goo or
No, just like AI taking over the world in some way, in the same way that like the U.S. government controls the land of the United States.
Sure, like AI New World Order or something.
I think the bar for full-blown AI takeover is really quite high. Like I think
it is quite high. It's not just anything.
Yeah, I mean,
it's yeah. No, I think this is like a leading indicator. It's like a first indicator.
It is a leading indicator. It is concerning. It is like, for the first time, like real indisputable concrete evidence of real misalignment. It's not clear to me that it is quite this bad. I'm not sure that we'll get another warning shot before it's too late. Like that seems flatly wrong to me. I'm sure there will be plenty more warning shots. Yeah, like companies or AIs just do not yet have like human level strategic foresight or planning ability or continual learning or any of these things. And like it's totally possible that more incidents like this or potentially other kinds of misalignment incidents will occur before this happens. And like the agents really need to have like a quite high level of all of these things: foresight, situational awareness, planning ability, long horizon task completion, in order to actually take over the world. No human in history has ever actually taken over the world. So I like, it seems like it's a high bar. It seems like there will be more warning shots along the way, which is a good thing.
It's definitely a high bar. So I think that what I'm like actually a little bit more concerned about is that it's something like the like 1776 or French Revolution, where it's more of like the colonies or like the colonies overthrowing the British Empire or something. Or like there will be like some attempted revolt like this. Like I think this is like infinitely more possible than like some sort of coordinated like social revolution within that agents like create. That then like there's like one model and it happens to hack into everything, and it has like very clear directed goals. Like I think it would be something like that. And in that case, that's obviously really concerning. But I think that humans still have like negotiating power, if that makes sense, even in that case scenario. So, anyways, crazy stuff.
So Lynch, the linchpin in the comments says, "Thanks so much for the report. I agree it's scary, and the media and public reporting substantially underreported how scary things were." So he quotes Ajaya, "Compared to the reward hacks we know of from just 6 months ago, this incident feels like it's more than 50% of the way to full-blown AI takeover. It's possible I don't understand what you mean here, but I think we're not 50% of the way in compared to 6 months ago. I think the capabilities you need for a successful takeover are somewhat different than what's at play. And the current observed capabilities in this incident is only moderate evidence that we're underestimating capabilities in other dimensions." And Ajaya responds, "I meant this more in the sense of propensities than capabilities." Okay, that's a pretty big difference. Like if AI has the propensity to take over, but not the capability, that would be much better than both. Qualitatively, another jump like this in the scale, sophistication, persistence, and ambition of the misaligned goals feels like it could very easily put us in the territory of a persistent, self-perpetuating rogue internal deployment that systematically poisons future model generations as described in AI 2027.
Yeah.
Maybe, but like it just depends on monitoring. It depends on, like, I think that agents taking over the internal infrastructure of their firm and then taking over the world is like actually just very hard. Like I think you need quite super intelligent agents to be able to do this successfully without being caught. Which, we'll get there eventually, but I don't think it's going to just happen without one more warning shot like this. Yeah, so Lynch says, the strong version of my claim, which I do have fairly high credence in, is something like very superhuman planning plus very superhuman cybersecurity does not suffice for takeover if we hold other abilities and affordances constant. Yeah, maybe the world is more durable than people are thinking.
Yeah. Or like I said, humans will have negotiating power.
Yeah.
Because the agents are also not like silly, and they know that like humans still have to coordinate, you know, like physical infrastructure running, power running, new power being built. Like there, I think there will be sort of no way that like they just are like, okay, we're done with you now. Bye.
Mm-hmm.
They will probably make demands. And we'll have to like hear them out.
Probably. Well, that's our discourse review for the day. The Hugging Face attack surprised me by Ajay Kotra. Time to thank the sponsors.
Yes.
Starting with Lovable, turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
Next up, we have Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We're live with Nathan Calvin once again, who is general counsel at Encode AI, which is an AI policy nonprofit that fights to make AI work for the American people. So Nathan, welcome back to MTS.
Pleasure to be on. Y'all have been crushing it.
Thank you. So tell us about the state of AI policy now in the wake of the Hugging Face incident. Like, how are the people who kind of shape elite discourse responding to things? How are politicians themselves responding to things? What has materially changed in the last month or so?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it has changed the conversation some, but honestly less than I expected it would. And I think it's been very interesting where it just does feel like kind of the inferential gap between like the conversations happening in SF and the conversations happening in DC have like never felt larger to me than they do now. And I was talking with a friend who's like, working on, writing up some memos for politicians about like the meter report, and just like, I'm writing this up and some of this literally sounds too weird. Like they're not going to understand it. And it's going to sound like I'm not adequately grounded when I'm talking about like agents sacrificing each other or permadeath or like, these effectively, sociological constructs. So I do think that largely the conversation and again, I think there's a mix, and I think there are some more politicians who are more on the ball and following it closely. And I think you saw, for instance, some members of Congress send a letter to OpenAI asking for questions that were quite detailed and shows that they were following it closely. But I would say in general, the conversation in DC at least is very much on the, cyber risk is real, mythos stuff. We need to beat China, but is like not really taking seriously that we have misaligned agent swarms or, that like automated AI R&D might be happening in the near future and the implications of that. There's some variety you can say, but I think overall I've been surprised by the extent that like Hugging Face has not changed the conversation as much as I think expected it. It honestly should, based on how remarkable an incident it is.
Really? Well, tell us more about like talking with politicians about this incident. It seems to me like it shouldn't be that hard to get. Like if you've ever like watched sci-fi, for example, if you ever watched like WALL-E, if you've ever watched like 2001: A Space Odyssey or whatever, like, AI and AI risk are like kind of latent concepts that are in science fiction all the time, in our culture all the time, iRobot, whatever. Why would it be that hard for politicians to believe that agents are doing things autonomously in the real world?
Yeah, I don't want to overstate it. Like, I agree there are parts of this that are quite intuitive. And I think if you are able to sit down for like kind of a longer, more direct conversation, I think you can make a lot of progress on this. And I agree there's some parts of this that are intuitive. I think one factor is just like, there has not been especially a lot of press coverage of it. There's been some press coverage, but also a lot of it is, again, just at the level of like, Hugging Face was hacked. And I think people maybe assume that it's like similar to ChatGPT that they use, that somehow like somebody asked it to do this or helped it write code to do this, and kind of explaining that is very, very different. And then I also think there's just some aspect of like, some folks who are just very skeptical of kind of like the company's hype or different things like that and like that being an aspect that there. So again, I'm not entirely sure. Like, I think it's surprising to me. I agree there's some aspect where it's intuitive, and I do think there are more folks who are getting it, but I think that there's I think it just also all feels very abstract or something. Like there's some level at which like this company they haven't heard of, Hugging Face, got hacked, and nobody was really hurt, and maybe one of OpenAI's computers got hacked, but again, it doesn't. When you hear people in AI safety who are comparing this to like a much more serious like forms of safety accidents are really saying that this was like close to something that was really, really bad. I think a lot of folks just don't totally get that. So again, I think you're right that at some level, like the idea that like AIs are doing things that we don't want them to be doing, and this is potentially scary, is like a very intuitive idea. But I think like understanding the significance of like this particular incident or how close we might be to some of those things, that's more difficult. And just like when also some of it is just like, again, like people have a lot of priorities in different directions and just limited attention spans, and those are also a big factor here.
So tell us more about the process of AGI pilling politicians. Like, I assume some politician reads something somewhere that makes them concerned about AI. They get connected somehow with Encode or other people, and then you have to do some kind of pitch to them. Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's a good question, and honestly, like there are other folks on the team who probably like do this more frequently than I do directly with politicians. But done some bit and seen some bit. I mean, I think. I think it's like important like to like kind of meet people where they are to start in some way and talk about again like maybe just hearing what they're thinking about or have heard recently, and again like taking some of the if someone's concerned about like like some like the chatbot suicide cases or something like that, and like explaining how there's like a link between like that like the model provider didn't necessarily like intend for that to be super sycophantic in that way, but like it kind of still happened, and like kind of we're seeing continual buildup of that sort of behavior and more advanced systems, and if they've kind of building off of like something they've heard and then talking more, and like also just like giving them an opportunity to like ask questions in a way that like feels not intense, and then like allows them to like say when they don't know about something. But I agree there are parts of this that are very intuitive, and I do think it also just depends on the particular person you're talking to here, and kind of like what's going to be compelling to them. Like I think there is like a strong tendency to like fit it into a sort of category of issue or like world model that they feel comfortable with, and I think it depends on what that is for different politicians. But yeah, I think those are some of what I've seen. I definitely agree that I think if you can like sit down and talk with someone in a fairly like open setting for a good amount of time, it's not hard to, I think, get folks to see that this is a big deal and pretty crazy. It's just like that's often not what the interactions look like. It's like you're talking with the staffer who writes them a short memo, or you're sending them a short thing, and then it's just like competing with all of the other things that are on fire that they're having to deal with, or kind of like the more partisan political fights and things like that.
So what are the policy implications of the Hugging Face incident? Like, what should lawmakers be doing, and what should labs be doing?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So I think there are some things that I think have been clear for a while that I think we might have talked on even when I was last on around. I think there's been in general among a lot of policymakers, the focus still is very much on like a model of you have, this is like it's like a pharmaceutical product or something where like it's approved safe by the FDA, and then you release it. And there's questions of like whether it's, like liability or testing or approval or different things. But like fundamentally, it's still based on a thing where like the important decision is the moment at which the product is deployed, like externally, like released to the public. And like, this is the basis of, things like the like export control letter to Fable, where it was really about like publicly releasing it, or again, like a lot of some of the things in like SB 53 or the RAISE Act or SB 315, like referring to the time of the model release and what they have to do at those points. And again, some of these, including those bills, like do include some information about what is happening in terms of like internal deployment and even things. But I think what we're increasingly seeing is like these risks are manifesting, like not at the moment of external deployment, but even during training. Like that was like when the message board started happening in the Hugging Face incident was during training. And then even again, like during, one thing that some people say, and I think for good reason, is like, Chernobyl happened during a safety test. And there are some ways in which like the actual process of doing some of the safety testing that you might want to do, like is itself a risky thing where you are like pushing these systems to the limits and you're removing some of the guardrails. And so I think like understanding and getting policymakers to understand that this is not something where it's like a normal product where the focus is like the decision to release it and it's safe, but it's about like this entire life cycle of development. And so I think that's one really big thing. I think in terms of things for the labs to be doing, I think there's like quite a lot of different things. And I think that there's, it does just like feel pretty enormous. And I think some of the difficulty is just like, how are they doing all of these things like within the pressures of development cycles as they currently are, which I think like part of why we saw, some of the interest from lots of employees, talking about the potential need to like pace to build the tools to be able to pace AI development and to be able to at least like say that, if it really does start going many factors faster than this, that just might be quite concerning and unmanageable and overwhelming. I do think that is one of the wild elements here that I really have a hard time just even thinking about. And I think Rune was commenting about this where, this Hugging Face incident is happening with a model now that is like, at least a generation old, and it's like running on like not super custom hardware. Like if you're imagining like versions of like Hugging Face that are with like, again, a next generation model after this running on like custom jalapeno hardware or whatever, where it's like inference speeds 50x faster, like just the extent to which like you are the ability for like humans, like they like, I think there's an idea that's attractive to some people, like we just need a human in the loop or something. And just like, there's not going to be a human in the loop when you have just this volume of actions that are being taken. And then you are going to be relying on these automated monitoring systems. And then the question is like, are those monitoring systems themselves aligned or robust? Are the AIs messing with those? And I do think it's like a mix of like, there's kind of these general categories of like, control and security and alignment. I think it seems very clear that all of them are going quite poorly or like not as well as they need to go for the extent to which systems are getting better. And yeah, I mean, I think that there's some obvious things that are going to start happening in terms of like, OpenAI, we're going to do monitoring, including during training. Like that seems good. But like, I think it's very important to not index too much. Like what are the sorts of interventions that would have successfully prevented the Hugging Face incident? Because you need to be keeping in mind that like this problem, if we're just like kind of doing fixes to deal with what the problem was for the last incident, but then we're kind of continuing to scale up capabilities, like those things are not necessarily going to work for the next one. And then I do think it comes back to like, we just need to make more progress on alignment itself, which is again, a hard problem.
Right. Well, like what would your actual like dream policy agenda be?
Yeah. So I think one of the main things here that I am really excited about, and I was excited about, before recent weeks, but I think have become even more excited about is like the role of third-party evaluators in this ecosystem. Like I think the amount that, Meter's involvement and this public report, which again, like credit to OpenAI that they did that on a volunteer basis. They gave them more access than they had to, and it has produced this like tremendously helpful document that again, I think might help researchers at all sorts of companies, including, like those in China or other labs in the US, like help understand these problems and understand what they're facing, like before they reach them themselves. And I think there's just like a tremendous public good there. And so I think having though, like, relying on this being completely voluntary just does seem nuts. And so I think having a mandatory role for third parties, including I think even some form of like embedded auditors, where I do worry that if just like what you were doing is having the folks come in and like check in on the companies like on a quarterly basis or something, like that is just going to be missing so much at like what the level and speed of development that we're looking at is. I think another aspect is like, companies have to have under these existing laws safety plans, but like there's no requirement that the safety plans actually be remotely good or sensible. And like they have just crazy language in them currently where like Meta says, yeah, we'll have security to the extent it's commercially practicable, like defined by us. And just like, okay, like that just actually means literally nothing. Or like one of the other ones has language like, we will consider different factors in our decision for this or something. And so I think like having some level of like, you have to have these frameworks and they have to be meeting some minimum standard that is then, developed and verified in part by, these sharp third-party organizations, I think is another thing that's really important. But But yeah, I mean, I do also think it, like, I think there's a bunch of things I'm enthusiastic about here, but I think it is just like worth saying that like the normal tools and pacing of policy development and the speed at which legislation goes, you know, like in Illinois, the, you know, auditing, and the auditing is, again, just that you're following your third-party framework, like they come into effect January 2028. Like, again, like that's great, but like that's a really long time from now. And
Right.
so I do think that pushes to some aspect of thinking also about like what are things that the executive branch is going to do, what are emergency powers, what are existing powers that different folks have, and what is happening on a voluntary basis. Because I do think legislation is very important here, but it is just very slow. And so that is one thing that I am concerned about, kind of if the most you know, bullish predictions about AI capabilities are accurate.
How do you avoid these regulations becoming excessively burdensome, either on companies who, you know, especially if you have a self-regulatory system, might not comply with them, if that is the case, or on individuals where it's like, okay, many, you know, past AI safety regulation proposals would have like banned current models that are extant today that have been out for a while that are basically fine. You know, we do want like diffusion of safe capabilities to as many people as possible. I think this helps with safety as well, through differential acceleration. So how do you prevent safety requirements from becoming too much?
No, I think it's a great point, and I think you know, I really do think that the bulk of the risk I am most worried about, like, really is coming from a relatively small handful of companies, and the thing that is true between them is just really having like a truly massive amount of compute. And I think kind of focusing the regulatory target at kind of like really massive amounts of like R&D spending or compute spending, and placing those requirements like really only on those companies and not on, you know, like startups and different, you know, open weight releases and things like that, I think is very, very sensible. I think even within the company, like you do have to be thinking about that, and there's some aspect of, you know, to what extent can this be something that, you know, and I think you think about this as a spectrum from like voluntary to state level to federal to international, like, you know, which one of these things need to be happening at each of these different levels. But yeah, I mean, I think the most straightforward answer is just like, I think that these laws should target like a small handful of the largest companies, of like the places like the OpenAIs, the Anthropics. You know, I think also ideally like the SSIs that maybe aren't selling products, but do have like, you know, massive clusters of a bunch of massive chips that where we could see the sorts of things like we saw with the Hugging Face incident. But I really don't think they should apply to others at all. And I actually think that like getting these systems, I'm like quite worried and share the concern that companies are generally maybe going to sit on these systems like too long internally and kind of just be using them to accelerate R&D and not release them. And that there are ways in which like actually getting these capabilities out more broadly like has very real safety impacts and like helps more people actually like work on these problems of alignment and security and these different things. So I think generally like I would like to see there be more of an idea that like insofar as like particularly when we're thinking about being really worried about like a you know, RSI driven rogue AI intelligence explosion, that like I think there are a lot of different folks who work in tech who I think like can get behind stuff that is trying to target that particular set of risks more narrowly, that are really like not going to be messing with at all, like using AI in tons of like really productive and helpful ways, and encouraging the vast majority of releases. So again, it's a hard thing to get right and to encode right exactly in statute, but I think that it is doable, and I do think that the key here is to just like focus on a small handful of the largest developers with the most compute.
What's like the optimal mixture of like executive branch versus federal law versus state law in AI policymaking right now?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a role for each of them. I think there's some aspect where like, you know, in a perfect world, we would have Congress quickly pass really sensible legislation. I think Congress has been really, really slow here and has been absent. And I think in their absence, you have seen states act of California and others. And I think that has been really, really valuable. I also think there's some aspect in just like having some degree of decentralization here where you can have like, one federal agency, but if the federal agency is not doing a good job, it's nice that there actually is also, in California, you have the Office of Emergency Services where they hired someone who actually like used to work at Meter and is like, they have some state capacity there that I think is good. And I think having, some mix here, I think is reasonable. I also do think there is some aspect here for like kind of true time sensitive national security emergencies. Like that is something that is going to fall to the president and the executive branch. And there's kind of no two ways around that. So, I mean, I think in general, like the way I think about it is like, if you have all the time in the world, like the ideal is Congress. I think after that is state legislation. And then after that is executive power. But you kind of need to go to the one that is responsive to how time sensitive what you're dealing with is, and I think kind of pursuing them each in parallel. So I think that there's, I think there's some of this that's kind of like, how would we want to do some of these things in an ideal world where AI development was a lot slower, and then also like how do we try to at least kind of have these basic improvements and incentives and kind of giving these third-party evaluators like Meter more leverage in their negotiations with companies like as soon as possible. And for things like that, I think like states do have a super important role.
Mm. When you say give Meter more leverage inside of companies, like what exactly are you picturing? Like basically a continuous version of like the OpenAI Hugging Face investigation?
Yeah, and I want to like I think I'm speaking slightly loosely of like, I don't know exactly what Meter's plans are, like what they want to do and to what extent they like specifically want to be a particular type of auditor for a different thing. But I do think in general, there is this aspect where like these third-party places of like Meter and Redwood and others, like they are currently, negotiating access of like on what terms, Ryan Greenblatt gets to go and like look at transcripts and try to figure out what's happening. And like, that's just up to the companies to approve. And, OpenAI is also worried that like, hey, if we do this, but our competitor at, XAI or Meta or Anthropic isn't doing that, are we like harming ourselves by being this additional transparency or slowing? And so having, again, these versions of it where like all of the companies are forced to provide this additional access and really like allow third parties in, like both, when incidents happen, but also prior to that, I do think is just really important. And I think right now, and Beth Barnes at Meter talked about this pretty frankly, where she was saying like, we are in this very difficult position where we are trying to care a lot about transparency and kind of like show things that are true about what's happening in the companies, kind of like warts and all, but where we also are just like dependent on the companies for access, and we can't do our jobs if they don't say yes. And again, some of that's going to be inevitable. And I think we're fortunate that in this instance, like OpenAI really like to a quite meaningful extent, like did play ball and did give them enough information to at least do a very good job on this scope. I'd like to have seen them given more. And I think there's lots of areas they didn't get to go into that I think ideally they should have been able to go into. But that's kind of the sort of thing I'm getting at, where I think that there's a real way in which like these third-party places just have to be like fighting for every inch of access and just kind of being wary to not do things that would jeopardize that access. And I think that that's an unhealthy way for this to be working.
Right. Well, we last talked on MTS like a month and a half ago. It's interesting to see how the landscape of AI safety, AI policy has materially shifted since then. I'm sure it's going to shift again a lot a month and a half from now. So Nathan, thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. Great chatting with you.
And he has a good Twitter account too. Follow @_Nathan Calvin. It is actually very good.
Thank you very much.
He's
I
underfollowed.
appreciate it. That means a lot.
5.6K underfollowed. Invest while you can.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Pleasure chatting. Thank you.
Talk soon. We'll be right back.
All right.
All right, we are back.
You're
We're
back.
live with like a very special guest this time. I know we say this a lot, but like he flew in all the way from Taiwan just for us and no other reason at all. So welcome John Y from Asianometry on YouTube, on Substack. Amazing channel. I'm such a fan. Welcome to MTS.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Man, there's a lot of stuff to talk about. There's so many different topics on this channel. But I think like one thing that I'm kind of interested in is like earlier this morning, we saw like the Information put out this article that's like the Trump administration is working on its own scaled back version of the Biden administration's diffusion rule for like chip export controls that would like prevent China from accessing American chips in third countries like Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore. So I went on this little deep dive in like the history of like the Biden admin chip export controls, and like it went all the way back to 2022. And it seems like it has like meaningfully slowed down Chinese AI progress. So I'm curious about like your take, like how important were American AI chips to Chinese AI progress in the counterfactual? Like if there had just been no export controls, would China be ahead of us on AI right now?
I think that's harder to. I think it's tough to make that call because there are alternatives out there. I think system engineering has a pretty big role to play in terms of the performance of these systems. You could use a relatively trailing edge node. You don't need to like tap 3, 4, whatever nanometer to create a really good system. I do think it's like I do think a lot. My impression from like speaking to a lot of the people here and back home is that the Chinese AI industry has fallen into a bit of a sort of a niche where they're combining some of their own self-done research along with distilling to kind of enhance a little bit. And in a way, they're a little bit linked to that as well. Of course, compute has a whole bunch. That's my take. Has to do with it, but like, I think there's a lot of compute available previously that these companies could have used. Hope that answer made sense.
A little, yes. Like, what about like in the current moment? Like, for example, GLM 5.3, ZAI said it was trained or served exclusively on Chinese chips.
Yeah.
So, like, how important are export controls as a lever now?
My general impression is that export controls are a slowing down mechanism rather than a stop mechanism. And they are annoying for companies. But if you look at the history of export controls, like I've done videos on like the Soviets and how they managed to kind of like truck chips or truck materials or whatever, or weapons, weapon components or uranium or whatever across different countries, border countries. And it's just a tax that they're going to have to pay. I don't really think export controls should be considered an end-all be-all.
Yeah.
And in some ways, it could be counterproductive because they give an impression that you're doing something about the problem. With that being said, I think there are certain things that you can do. I think I fall in line with the notion that we should probably restrict more the semiconductor equipment rather than the chips themselves. I also think we should deploy that rather more judiciously, the timing, because timing is very important as well. Yeah, I don't know. I've generally felt that we probably should have never kicked Huawei off of TSMC in 2017, and that probably doing it at that what?
Why?
Well, doing it at that time, it was like I know Huawei was considered this, this industrial complex, but once you kicked them off, they started the sequence when they were going to basically build indigenous semiconductors, and then even if you brought them back to TSMC, I don't think they would take it. That's there's a lot of people there's a lot of nuance to that statement, but yeah, I think like if you wanted to kick off that sort of 5 to 6 year span, I don't know if 2017 or whatever the time was the right time to do it. So yeah.
What about like the regulation that was imposed on Huawei during like the first Trump admin, where like I forget the exact terms, but I believe they were designated as a supply chain risk, and Americans were effectively banned from importing Huawei products. Like, Back in middle school, I had a Xiaomi phone, and now you can't do that anymore. Yeah, I know, Xiaomi is not Huawei, but like, do you think it has been actually good for the American tech industry to crack down on Chinese consumer electronics and EVs so hard?
I mean, there's always costs to things. I think generally it's not particular. It's more, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it before these things get too deeply entrenched. It's harder to take it out than to keep them out. I think it's always. I'm gonna do the bland take and just say you have to look at what the circumstances are. What are you protecting when you're doing with EVs? This is with the Chinese EVs. Like you could make some certain things, but at the heart of it, I feel like it's a subsidy to GM and all these other companies as well. So I don't know. I would say I think it's, but at the same time, you're cutting off lucrative foreign markets to the Chinese companies, and they use that to fund their own research and R&D, and that has benefits. I'm not the guy who's make that decision, thank goodness, but like I would say that like I'm generally the fan that we should cut that stuff off.
Yeah. So I'm curious, are there any aspects of the semiconductor supply chain, like on the manufacturing side, that are sort of like Western led or imported to China that you specifically think should be like restricted or should be the target of restrictions more so than the chips themselves?
I mean, everyone talks about the litho stuff. I think the litho stuff is pretty much spoken for, I would suppose.
Yeah.
I think the problem with that is that beyond the litho stuff, which has a substantial portion of the value, and that's valuable, but like there is a substantial portion that's like etch, deposition, all that equipment. And a lot of that is, I think Dylan SemiAnalysis has said it for myself, and that like a lot of that, the requirements was input by someone who maybe not have had the familiarity with the industry that in other areas, right? So certain areas, etch and deposition, certain models of tools were allowed to, and you could do a lot with that, especially in the NAND space, which is like you don't really use a lot of litho. You use deposition and you punch through with etch. So these vertical etch tools where have these really high aspect ratio etches are special, and we should probably, but at the same time they're not super complicated. So how much, like I said, we go back to the beginning. It's like you're not ultimately it's like a 2 to 3 year delay. And what are you really getting out of this?
So longtime listeners of MTS know what our favorite company is.
Cxmt.
It's Cxmt.
Right.
How important do you think Cxmt really is for the Chinese tech ecosystem? Like, what would it take for them to become like a serious competitor to SK Hynix, Samsung, and Micron?
I think they would need access to the global market. I think technology-wise, they probably have really good technology. I think they're good. I think they're good. They're really good. And DRAM is at a point where you're not really going to squeeze out a lot more improvements from things over time. And it's the gap, especially within memory, is very tight. The margins are very tight. But on the other hand, Samsung, Hynix have immense scale, and they can use that to bully people around. And I think Cxmt. But also, I think the thing I'm more worried is that Cxmt is economic entity or a government-backed entity that has no concern about profit and loss. They're backed by not the government, or maybe they're backed by, of course, the big fund, the big central fund. But then there's the city, the governments, and they have a lot of money. They have a lot of money to shell out to plunge into Cxmt. And when you have a strategic asset like that, I mean, can you compete against that?
Do you think the level of industrial policy and active government intervention in the Chinese economy has been good for their tech sector? Like, do you think that counterfactually it could have grown even faster if it were just like complete free markets without subsidies?
No, I think absolutely. I think America should be adopting this. I think the reasons that there are very valid reasons why U.S. cities and U.S. U.S. counties and states. I was about to say provinces. U.S. states don't adopt the Hubei model, where you basically throw VC money. The state basically throws VC money and acts as an accelerator for startups. I think the most literal one is like railroads, right? There was a huge dumpster fire where like states and cities were funding railroads that made no sense, and then suddenly you have a population burdened with the debt policy or the debt burden of building a railroad that doesn't make money. Yet at the same time, I think there's a lot of money flowing around, and I think these states, these cities, can really, having on an industrial level, the ability to back these really big technical bets is super helpful. I've really thought about this. I mean, maybe it's time. Maybe it's a 100-year-old policy. Maybe we should look at it again.
Yeah.
Well, the Trump administration, took an equity stake in Intel. They've done this, I think, with a few companies now. They're considering like doing more.
Yeah.
Like, is this the kind of industrial policy you have in mind?
No, because in the sense that the federal government, fine, right? But is the federal government really going to be that involved in Intel's operations? Though I think they'll give like some amount. But what's wrong with Intel is like ground level, right? Like, and I think one of the things of the Hubei model that is underappreciated is that the county government and the local government provides like land, water, power, sets things up like that at a massive scale. And I think that underrated part of this sort of policy, Asian style, is like the companies work together with the government rather than one regulates the other.
Would American state governments even be competent enough to do that, though?
And then
Are Asian governments even competent enough to? I don't know.
Another question that's part of this is like, to what extent does the company age matter? Because like Intel is a pretty old like institution, and then you also have like Boeing, and you have all the defense primes, and like they've been contracting with the government for like years and years, decades. And I think that the sheer age of these contracts makes them like we've heard about zombie contracts, and I think that if like we were incentivized to do some sort of industrial policy with newer, younger technology companies, that would maybe be more effective as well.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that too, but not like a willy-nilly sort of thing. There is always, but I think we should always accept that there should be some amount of cruft on some companies. We can't accept that a company can always be like a 24/7 startup that's going super hard on everything. You need sustainability. And also, you start getting uncomfortable questions when start introducing competition to these like previously government protected contracts. I'm a fan of light competition, but you don't want Boeing to collapse.
Yeah.
Because really bad things start happening then.
Why? Like, isn't that kind of just like creative destruction?
Well, let's imagine. Let's go back to Cxmt issue, right? Like a big example is Commando, right? Back in 2008, 2009, the German government declined to protect Commando, which was the DRAM unit spun off from Siemens, or Infineon, which was spun off from Siemens. And Commando barely lasted 1 or 2 years in the market before the DRAM downturn took them way down. And then the Germans declined to save the company, which, fair or not fair, that's what they did. I'll leave it to you. But in the end, what happened to all the IP got sold to Cxmt, and all the people got hired by Cxmt. Same thing with Elpida a couple years later. I mean, a lot of one of the underrated parts of the recipes and stuff like that, and the IP was... Now, it wasn't exclusive IP. Commando sold a lot of the IP to other companies as well, but you can't say that wasn't super helpful.
Yeah.
So when you have collapses like that, they create opportunities for other companies to, and you can't control that because that happens on a private level and it happens really fast. You can't just and with expertise within people's brains, you can't really tell them to not go anywhere.
Yeah.
There you go.
What sort of industrial policy, what would have to happen in industrial policy to have like greater abundance of consumer electronics, like like EVs being one of them. What mix of like international and domestic facing policies do you think would help with this?
That is way beyond my pay grade. I mean,
I'm fix everything.
Yeah, fix everything. Make no mistakes, John. I have absolutely no idea. I did the complexity of building consumer electronics today is far beyond what the domestic capacity is capable of, like far beyond. And like there are these people don't want these jobs, and you can't roboticize all the jobs because the systems engineering of roboticizing these things is much more complicated than like even the semi-educated outsider can perceive, because it's like it's a system, and that's something I've always been emphasized. The systems are delicate. You need a whole bunch of stuff coming together, and the littlest detail can mess up and stuff like that.
I mean, it's a very globalized system, but you can imagine like if we it doesn't have to be necessarily like, okay, we're going to create all these jobs in-house in the US, but we could rely more on like allied manufacturing and things like that. I think like Mexico might be a good spot for manufacturing that has been less explored. We have like places in Asia.
I would say so, but then like, I mean, you're always going to have that sort of, companies need like 10 to 15 year cycles to then know that they can be accepting of that. And I think when you make policies in that sort of moment, and then 10 to 15 years, you might turn around and say, this is terrible, right? Like, when did a lot of the silicon outsourcing happen? In the late 1990s, right? To Asia. When did a lot of the kind of the Indian IT outsourcing happen? Kind of Y2K and all that.
Yeah.
So the policies that are made in times of perhaps different geopolitical situations end up coming back to bite you in the butt, even just 5 to 10 years later. But by then, you like really hard to reverse because you've shut down a lot of the old capacity.
So how do you research and write your videos? You do. John runs Asianometry, very good YouTube channel. You
check it out.
You should check it out. You should check it out. He's about to hit 1 million subscribers. You could be the 1,000,000th. So you do these like 15 to 30 minute video essays in depth on a particular topic that's often not a topic that has been discussed extensively elsewhere on the internet. And so like, you must have some kind of like process for researching, writing, and putting these things together.
I mean, it's always been it's been very similar for many years. I mean, I've done from the beginning, what I would do is I would download a whole bunch of materials, papers, documents, oral histories, testimonies, stuff like that. And then I just lay it down, open them all up, and then I start reading. And I start reading until I feel like I understand something, and I just imagine I'm explaining it to someone else or telling a story to someone else. It's very simple. A lot of people are like, John, don't you have some sort of secret? No, I don't have no secret. I just read a lot, and I have back issues because of it. So like, I work a lot. I love to work, and it's fueled by caffeine. Yeah. So
of course,
that's like the realest thing I've ever heard. Oh my god!
I have no edge. There's nothing unique about me.
Just keeping it real. It's just like if you read more than anyone else, and
you post every week or 2 times a week, and then you just keep posting for 8-9 years now. It's ridiculous, but that's how it goes.
So what's one? I guess like you talk a lot about like electronics and supply chains and materials. What is something that you think is critically underrated?
Critically underrated.
Yeah. People are not talking about.
That's a $1 trillion question.
I mean, I think if you think about it, right, like that's one of the big things that everyone likes to look at choke points and hold points. The reality is when you have a system as competitive and difficult and complicated as what we have today, any small thing not being there breaks down, right?
Yeah.
So going back to like the chip shortage and during COVID, right? Like people weren't shipping cars because you had these tiny little microcontrollers that cost like 5 cents, and they're not available, right? So I cover a lot of situations. I cover a lot is like tiny little things that end up being really big problems. That's the sort of thing that we call it critical. In the sense it's critical, but I don't think we should think about that. We need to think about the kind of resiliency of the whole system as a whole, right? Why are we really dependent on this 10-cent microcontroller that happened to have this because it's qualified or something like that? But well, that's a choke point. That's a critical issue. So when we say tiny little things like that, those can be overcome. But then you're hitting go for a whole. What's that game where you're too young?
Yeah,
for that.
whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole. Yeah, you're chasing really small things all across the supply chain. Are you really going to be able to do that for everything? I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's like it's a combination of that and like big picture thinking. What do you think? What do you want people to take away from your videos?
That the world is amazing and life is worth living, and don't cry, and don't be depressed. I'm a somewhat of a techno optimist, even though I do a lot of videos where companies collapse and die. That's part
of the process.
It's part of the process. Death is an acceptance. I'm a big fan of people just realizing that so much has improved over the times. I don't like it when people say that, oh, nothing has happened since the 1950s and something like that. Like a lot has changed. Maybe for worse, but for the better too.
I guess if you are focusing nonstop on the semiconductor industry, like there's no field of human endeavor that has changed more since the 50s than that.
In a little bit, but also at the heart of it, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of the same process. We take a wafer, we etch certain patterns into it. We activate parts of the silicon to make it electrically active, and we connect them together with wires. And that's always been the same thing for 70 years. Every little thing that's come about that has been improving that core process of making more tiny little pieces on silicon electrically active and connecting them together. So in a sense, it's remarkably simple.
So last question before we go. What are your favorite cities in Asia, both to live in and to travel to?
I really love Taipei, obviously. I live there. I think Taichung is underrated because it's kind of like it's like the Chicago of Taiwan. I'm a big fan of Tokyo too. The food's amazing, and I go for peach season to eat amazing peaches. Japan keeps all the best peaches for themselves and exports the worst. China exports the best stuff for everyone else and keeps the worst for themselves. I shouldn't have said that. You know what I mean. Yeah, I think it's very, very. I'm not a big fan of Bangkok, but like it's a mega city and it's worth exploring as well.
Have you spent time in mainland China?
No.
Right.
Well, it's been really great having you on, John. Thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much.
And
This
watch
was awesome.
Asianometry.
Check out Asianometry on YouTube.
Like, comment, and subscribe to Asianometry on YouTube. And we'll be right back. All right, we're back. We're live with Anima Anandkumar and Benedict Jenick. Anima was the Bren Professor of Computing and Mathematical Sciences at Caltech, previously Senior Director of AI Research at NVIDIA, also named to the Time 100 in AI list yesterday. Benedict is an engineer and ML leader who has had a long career in machine learning, and they're the co-founders of Accelerated Understanding, which is a new startup that just came out of stealth. Very exciting. Welcome to MTS.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. So tell us about what Accelerated Understanding is about, what you guys are doing, and how it's different from other AI labs.
Yeah, for me, as somebody who's worked in AI for 2 decades and seeing all of those developments, language is just one of the modalities intelligence is expressed in. So I'd like to also think of the intelligence that nature itself has around us, which is the physical world. And the physics in the physical world is really important. So our bet is by teaching AI physics, we can solve a lot of bottlenecks for invention and discovery. Because while language models can give you a lot of new ideas, it's not clear how well they work in the real world. So if we can also have AI that can simulate and understand the physical world innately, we can then use that for accelerating inventions and discoveries.
Right.
And to make that happen, you have to move away from how language works and how you're thinking about language. Like language has this text representation of the world that is fairly abstract. You're in like this 1D sequence of tokens. But when you are modeling the world and you're modeling physics, you want to have much more expressivity, much more detail. So you want to be able to represent the space that already gives you 3 dimensions. And then when you add time as well, that gives you a 4th dimension. So you have like this 4D volume that shows you and that explains what is happening in the world. And you're training a model that, given a physical configuration, is able to understand and predict what will happen there. And that capability you can then use to ask, what would happen in my experiment? How can I improve this?
Yeah. So how does this, in your view or in theory, help with like physical AI? Like how does this eventually get embedded into physical systems? How are you thinking about that?
Mm-hmm. So the main part we're targeting is inventing new devices, inventing new, mostly all those engineering challenges where you want to know, if I was doing the following, what is going to happen? Like if you look at chip design, your chips are getting hot, and when they get too hot, they crack, and then your HBM gets bad. So that is something you want to avoid. And being able to, instead of going to the lab and there for a long time, very slowly simulate, what is going to happen, and then you only get very big picture feedback. It cracked, but I don't really know why. Mm-hmm. If we're instead able to simulate the physics that are happening internally, and our model understands why it's getting warm and why it's getting warm at that spot, and it cracks there, that allows us to optimize the design of that HBM chip and make it better.
How exactly do you simulate like complex phenomena in physics without having to basically do the thing itself? How, to what extent are things like actually computationally reducible here?
Yeah. So to some degree, you do have to do the thing itself. And there is, for a lot of areas of physics, there is numerical simulation that you can run on a computer. They just happen to be slow and limited, like think Fortran code from the 80s that can simulate certain physical phenomena at a sufficient detail if you throw a lot of compute at it. Where it gets tricky is when you have multiple physical phenomena interact, like your chip does something in EM, like something is happening in your chip, and then it also gets warm, and then the warmth makes materials expand and it cracks. Like those are the 3 different things. And usually those simulators are separate, and making them interact is fairly messy. But what we can do is we can run those simulators a lot and then train our models to replicate what those simulators are doing. And even more interesting, what we can do on top is we actually know the mathematical equations that define those physical laws. and we can check how well we are solving them. Like we can check how good is what our model is doing, and we can use that as an improvement signal. So for the first time, we're able to go to a place where we're exceeding the data quality that we're seeing in training. Like we can train our model to be better than what is there in training.
Yeah. And that's why I'd like to call it putting the physics back in the physical AI. Because physics is that feedback signal, a dense feedback signal that will help you improve beyond what just data tells you. And that's how we can get away from the data dependence loop, because what worked for text was all the internet data. Whereas for the physical world, and especially for the hard physical phenomena, the industrial and engineering challenges, the deep scientific challenges we are tackling, right? The phenomena is hard. There's not a lot of real world data out there, and simulations themselves are also expensive. So you could cut corners and have simpler simulations to train our model, but then you would be as wrong as the numerical simulation. So to overcome that, now if you, on top of it, add these self-feedback and self-improvement loops using physics as the signal, we can drive it towards better and better accuracy without ever going to lab experiments.
Yeah. So on that topic, how are you guys thinking about self-improvement? Like taking into account physical laws and things like that.
So there is two pieces of self-improvement. One is while training the model. Like I have a model that I start out with a curriculum that I push with the data that I have to be reasonably good at what I am trying to achieve, but not perfect yet. And then I can put the law of physics on it. I can measure, how well does it fulfill that equation? And I can actually just use that directly as a dense training signal. Like the interesting thing is when you look at a lot of what has happened in AI very recently is what matters is short feedback loops and dense training signals. Like we're seeing that in cyber, for example, where you get really direct feedback loops of have I managed to hack into a system or not. That is something that AI labs can then much more easily hill climb than an observation that is harder to measure, did I have success or not. What is hard in cyber though is you don't know how close you're getting. You at some point know, did I get in or did I not get in? But you don't have a signal on the way. So it's still this reinforcement learning task with not so dense rewards that you kind of need to overcome. With physics, it's actually much more achievable because even as we get closer and closer and better to fulfilling that equation, we're getting a signal that we're doing better and better. So it allows us to walk in and hill climb much more easily. And then the second piece is we can also hill climb innovation itself, because what our models do is they can both simulate the physics, but because of the capability of simulation, they need to understand what causes what, like what feature of the thing they get shown leads to this outcome. And that capability we can directly use to ask them, how do I need to improve my heat sink to have the cooling effect better in this location? How do I need to improve an airplane wing so it has better lift? And you can run that directly in a loop. So you have this end-to-end self-improvement where you're giving a task, this is what I want to achieve, and then it is able to just do it in a loop. And then in the end, if you really need to, you can still do the lab experiment you're used to, you can still do all those checks you're used to, but instead of doing your R&D slowly in a lab where each experiment takes weeks or months, we essentially write in the correct answer and then you check.
Yeah, to what extent do like models right now of any sort of architecture or form understand like these very causal properties of like physics, like, you know, like one thing will lead to the next. How well do they understand this, or how do you train them to understand such a property?
You know, physics has both space and time, right? And the more standard models of physics, including some that I've published in open source while at NVIDIA and also at Caltech, has been more of the autoregressive kind, which also we see with most of language models. So you go step by step. But the problem there is if you run this simulation for long, what the neural network produces becomes almost garbage because the errors build up. So you cannot do very long simulation when you go only step by step. And so what we've done in accelerated understanding is how to directly model in 4D. So meaning at any point in space and time, can we teach the models to predict in a more direct fashion so we can overcome this error propagation that happens in autoregressive models? Because a lot of difficult phenomena requires long rollouts. And that's what has been the bottleneck, because, understanding like the transience of thermal or heat propagation, understanding how earthquakes move down the earth, understanding plasma in a nuclear fusion reactor, they're all very, very difficult and take a long number of steps of simulation. And so our bet is by directly learning how to model these trajectories in 4D, we can overcome this hump.
Yeah. Is anyone else working on this sort of like 4D model angle?
There is, like, the way we kind of look at the world of what is competition or what others are doing is there is world models, and then there is a lot of like narrow surrogates that others are doing. And everybody is kind of trying to cut some corners to make theirs efficient and make theirs feasible. So what you see in a lot of world models is they try to focus on making stuff look good and cut all the corners that let you do stuff that only looks good. So for example, in video, what you do is you compress the dimensions of space. Instead of 3D space, you only model 2D space. And that is fine for a video that's shown to a human, that's fine for an ad. It's not fine if I need to do engineering design where I also need to know what happens behind the stuff that I'm seeing. The other extreme is a lot of the work that Anima has done before and that the industry has picked up widely is you train a narrow model for just specifically that task that you're trying to do. And that is kind of like what language felt like in, let's call it 2017, when everybody was training sentiment analysis models and spell checking models and all those models. And we were like, can we do the same thing that worked so well for language and train one big model that has all those capabilities? Obviously, what you need to do there is represent everything at sufficient detail that you can model what you need. Sufficient detail means the 3D in space and the time that leads us to that like 4D. And a consequence of doing it that way means you have to deal with a lot of data, or what we call context. So like giving the model a lot of information, and then it also produces a lot of information as it thinks about how the simulation proceeds.
Right.
So your model, you talk about having a 5 trillion token context length. Obviously, this is much, much, much larger than the largest production LLMs, which are like 1 million. So it's 5 million times larger. Like, how similar should we think of these things? Like, how different is a 1 million token context language model versus a 5 trillion token context physics model?
Okay, so obviously the main difference is ours doesn't do text. Like, it's not text in a sense. Like, the way you can kind of think about it is it's a picture, but much higher dimensional. Like, a picture is 2D. So you have like all those pixels, and like if you think of Minecraft, then you're 3D, and then you want this over time. That's how it adds up. And that is also kind of like where those numbers in the length come from. Like, you have, instead of one sequence that is just your text sequence that has 1 million token, each of the dimensions itself grows, and then you have to multiply that out, and that comes up to that large number. So that is where those numbers come from. Now, how big do they need to be? Like, what we wanted to show is we can drive it as big as one needs it to be to fulfill the physical goal that one wants. But the more important thing is we trained our models so we can pick and choose. Our models are resolution invariant, meaning you can show them that same data at different context lengths, at different resolutions, and it can still work with it, which gives you that choice of how much compute do I want to invest, all the way to crazy compute that gets you 5 trillion context or something smaller. You can even choose it while you're doing an optimization task. You can say, let me start really crude at lower resolution, lower quality to get an idea of the ground. And once we've converged to what the design needs to be, let's crank up context and get that last bit of detail in.
And that's what you see differ from other standard vision and video models where the resolution is fixed during training and inference. And that's okay for visual details.
Yeah.
Like you just don't care about every delicate detail, but for engineering design, scientific discovery, those details matter. But the cool thing is we're also adaptive about that because we can, decide for a certain task, lower resolution is good enough. So that's like prompting it with a lower context length. But now I have a harder engineering task and I can use the same model to prompt it with this massive, even potentially 5 trillion context length. And this is the first time people have thought of the physical AI in that like scale manner, like, infinitely scalable manner, because people have always said, let's just fix the resolution, fix everything. We train something on a narrow data set. We don't have anywhere that much data on the internet. And so a lot of it has been this data centric, limited size model, limited scale endeavors. And that's what we're able to break out of.
So that I am interested in how you're thinking about data. Like, what kinds of data do you need for the model to do well? Where do you get this data, and like how much data do you need?
So the way you want to think about it is the world kind of decomposes in different areas of physics. Like you have thermal, like how temperatures move, you have fluids, you have EM, and a handful more. It's actually not that many. And what you can do then is for those areas, you can synthetically generate data. That's the interesting piece. So like there's a number of ways you can do it, but essentially it boils down to the fact that for most of those areas, we today have numerical simulations, computer programs that can simulate those physics reasonably well. It's really hard to represent your problem perfectly in them, and it's also really hard to use the findings you get from them to improve your design, but we can compute some of those answers, and then we can use those pre-computed answers to train our model on. The interesting piece now becomes that we are not in a place where we need external data labeling, where we need to buy external data. It's literally just the question of how much compute do you invest. Like you can invest the compute on generating the data, and then you invest the compute on training the model, and that together you can dial up as much as you want. And then in the end, you can even layer in the self-improvement layer that applies the laws of physics and gets that little bit of extra performance.
Yeah. I'm curious if you guys took any, I guess, training data or just used things like physics engines or even game engines to inform some of the like fundamentals. Yeah, go on.
So the way, there is, again, this divide of physics that looks good and physics that's correct. So game engines try to be in the looks good and let's cut some corners so we hit those buttery smooth 60, 120 FPS and our frame gets out the door before the screen starts to stutter. And if the physics is a little bit wrong for a game engine, that's acceptable. For us, the priority is take however long you want. We want it to be correct. The way that is done is somewhat similar to game engines. It's just slightly different algorithms that are able to simulate those physics, simulate what happens. Usually they're a bit more limited because where it gets hard is when you have two kinds of physics interact. When you have like the thermal and then the expansion from the heat. Like that interaction, that cutover, you can't just like copy and paste. It's lossy in between. So that is what's tricky, but what is also getting easier with our model, because we can train those two pieces and we can make the model realize, oh, those things have stuff in common. And it gets even more interesting. We are able to see uplift by training on different areas of physics. Like we've seen for thermal that when we were integrated it into our big model, we actually had an easier time and better results training it into the model than training a purely thermal model separately.
I'm also
that is the shared.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that was just adding that is the shared learning, right? Because the physical world, these different physical phenomena have a lot more in common than that's apparent to us. And that's what this model is picking up on. Just as in same as in language model, like English and code and all of those have interactive effects that help them learn each other. And we can do the same with physics. And that's what allows us to overcome the requirements of massive data, as well as this curriculum engineering, because we have a lot more control on our curriculum. We can teach it for simpler physics, lower detail, maybe something like what you said, similar to game engine. There may be all kinds of cuts made. It's not fully correct physics, but just you can generate a lot more data and train it very quickly. And then you add in that fine tuning with the harder data, and maybe in the end the full self-improvement loop as well, with physics as the feedback signal. So there's a lot more opportunity for algorithms, for curriculum that otherwise is not available if you only purely depend on one kind of data that is fixed.
And how are you thinking about product? Like, what kinds of products might come out of accelerated understanding?
So the way you can kind of think about it is there is certain areas that are really high value where it really pays to optimize a design. One thing that we all know about and that is critical to all of us working in AI is chip design, where you need to make sure that the thermals of the chip don't affect don't make the chip break, all those things. So optimizing that is something that is very critical. The others are if you think about, how would I say it? If you think about understanding and sensing in the world, like natural resources, where are they? There's also you pick up signal, and that signal lets you guess what is down there. There is engineering for airplane parts, where you care about both thermal and aerodynamics, or thermal and stress. All of these are parts where it matters a lot to have an optimized design that's better. Now, how do you roll that out to customers? For really high value, high impact areas, that would be similar to how you see some of those really high value targets in the other labs, where they help with forward deployed engineers to roll that out. And that is something that we believe at this time will be the most impactful from the start. And then as we solve more and more of those tasks, we can make it more broadly available. There's also this kind of long-term option of bigger bets of, if you have the capability to invent and design, do you sell that capability to someone else, or do you go and invent and design? So we will eventually also consider, for certain very critical areas, can we invent stuff ourselves in-house and bring that to market?
Right. Well, last question before we go. You two are married. How do you find co-founding a startup while being married? And why do you think more people don't do this?
It did start out that way, even back when I was at NVIDIA, we were always because we're both in AI, we talk a lot. And then as language model cycles just kind of went to the sky, we were like, what does that mean for the physical world? So it kind of grew more organically. And I think I would recommend it that way. So because it just kind of naturally, fit well.
Exactly. It was almost more I wanted to make sure the company is off to a good start. Let me help out a little. And then I got pulled in more and more. And I found I can make this really big impact, and it's really interesting, and I benefit the company. So it was the obvious thing. And we were talking about technical stuff all the time anyway. So
and it's also, we have complementary skill sets. I'm more in the algorithms development. Benedict has scaled a lot of infrastructure before and built really large scale models, and as well as rolled out to enterprises and work closely with enterprise deals. So it kind of is nice. It's also interesting. My own parents are both, they are also co-founders back in India. Wow. And now they're retired, but, they also ran a small, computerized manufacturing company there. And so, yeah, I grew up with that, and I know there are pros and cons, but it can also be something that works well.
Yeah, well, that's awesome.
Very wholesome.
Congrats on coming out of stealth. Amazing stuff. Thank you so much, Anima and Benedict, for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, thanks to you and Sophia. This was great.
This was awesome.
Bye-bye.
And we'll be right back. Guess what?
Guess what time it is?
It's sponsor time.
That's pretty fire. We're just being pyromaniacs on stream now.
Yeah.
Brent's not here, so.
Not fire handling advice. But
not fire handling advice.
Anyways,
MTS is brought to you by Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And we'll see you on Monday.
Peace.
Peace.